I love Harbor Freight. I have been exclusively buying their tools as far back as I can remember.
Are you delusional? Do you suffer from a mental illness? Do you think you do?
No. They are grade A Eastern Oriental superior tools. Their designs, their quality, they date back to the early days of the Zhao dynasty, believe it or not, and it has been rumored that the Pittsburgh brand tools were used to help construct the Great Wall of China.
You've just checked out. I consider, does he have a mental illness? Is this a delusional disorder?
I recently broke the gold-plated Icon ratchet. I was removing a skid steer lug nut. I mean, obviously it wasn't the ratchet's fault.
You might find this pretty hard to replace.
You're telling me.
What up, guys? CP the Tool Addict. Woo! We got JD Tico in the house. Fearless Ferris Fire. We got a big live stream tonight, guys. We've got a lot to talk about. I apologize. I look a little bit like hell because I have been sick here last day and a half, but we're going to power through it. So, yep, Henry's here too. Look up there, little fella. Yeah. Brian Meadows, Turbo Tai Tai. If you want to join Turbo Tai Tai, I'm going to send you a link here too. Mike Swindell, what's up? Jeffrey Smith, Rob 2112 YYZ, one of our channel members. Fearless Ferris Fire, what's going on, brother? JD Tico, you're more than welcome to join tonight too, buddy. If you ain't got anything going on, let me know. I will. We're gonna have a great discussion. Definitely gonna be a hands. You asked for it, you got it. I'd love to see a gloves off discussion. It's definitely gonna be a gloves off discussion. We've got Hard Knocks Forge coming on, and a couple other guests, which is gonna be a good time. So let me see here, and we got some good comments we're gonna talk about too tonight from the video. Obviously, Redline or Eagle Grip has announced that they are going to close at the end of the year. And yeah, look at that. Peter Swinsky, how you doing, buddy? Brian Meadows, Nation fan, CP Nation fans, what's up, man? Woo! It's going to get... Okay, still out in Vegas. Don't get trapped by those Sema people. And just a reminder, we got to give our pay our homage to the six turd clan, the Penny Club members who, God rest their soul, make my life very, very. They entertain me. I appreciate them. Appreciate them all day. That's Derelick Aslick. Yes, he's the CEO and president. And we have the vice president, Danny. Danny is perhaps the worst one of Lost Nation Thanos. That's where he lives. Yes, he's an idiot. And then we have our vice president, John the Leech, yes. And then we have our honorary members, Judy with no mind. Judy is blind. We have Judy is blind. Yes. More of the six turds. Six turds out. Yeah. So anyways, let's get going in here. Let's see here. We're gonna get this fired up. Hello, CP and all. Mike Swindell, it's good to see you. Fred, what's up? Fred, you want to join in too, buddy? Let me know. Shoot me an email, cpthetooladic@gmail.com. We'll get you in. Woo! It's gonna get fired up in here tonight. It's gonna get spicy, boys. It's gonna get spicy. I got me a can of, I had to get me a little energy. I haven't had a soda in for a while, but I picked me up, me and my RC. I needed something. I needed something. I got some sort of sinus shit going on here, so I can't breathe. Malco Eagle Grips closing down. Okay, my Snap-on dealer said he just got a few pair of the Malco locking welding pliers. Yes, the C-clamp ones. However, they've been trying to get them for they were supposed to come out with the needle nose by now, Doc. I don't know if you know that, but Malco actually said something about that on their Instagram page. Frosty the Iceman 79. Raging Cajun Trucking Garage. Woo! Checkmate 115. Woo! Raging Cajun. Yes, Hulk smash that. Definitely hit that like for me, fellas. Let's get 100 likes right off the bat, and then we'll be good. Next time, still out in Vegas. Sweet. Shade Tree Toolman. What's up? Lewis! There we go, guys. This is it. This is my signature. Lewis Custom! Rob 2112 YYZ. Sitting here somewhere in the woods in South Carolina. Oh, he must be doing a little deer hunting, fellas. Well, Zachary Larson. Havasu HVAC. Sergio, you can come on too if you want to shoot me an email. cpthetool@gmail.com. I don't have your guys' emails in. Yes. Give me a second, Turbo Tie. I'm going to get the chat settled down. So give me about a couple minutes here so I can get everything sorted out, and then I'll shoot you a link. So definitely going to have Turbo Tie. Turbo Tie's in. Hard Knocks Forge. Fluffy the Mechanic. We got six spots. I guess we'll have to. I've been around a while now. Oh yeah, Mike, you are a true OG, brother. You are a true OG. Hopefully, I still got you as a blue wrench. Are you still a blue wrench on there? Let me get this opened up. How do you guys like my? How do you guys like my freaking avatar or my screen deal? Oh, dude, what happened here? I apologize about that, Mike. All right, so we got Tony Tool Time. What's up, Anthony? How you doing, brother? Brother Ben. Troy Harrison, Jeff Shadetree, M. Lizer, Jonathan Sherwood, Chris Shepard Fleet Service, Tom MCG. What's up, Tony Tool Time? Yeah, we're fired up tonight. I'm pushing hard through this. Yeah, we just did a big Malco order. Perfect. That's smart, man. Get them in while you can. My wife has a 100-mile run tomorrow. Mountain run. Wow. Holy shit, dude. I wish I was running 100 miles tomorrow. I had the ability to. I need to run 100 miles. I know. There's a fat joke in there somewhere. Jonathan. Can't jump out. Okay, no problem, Fred. Just letting you know, brother. Just giving you a holla. Holla, holla. Jonathan Sherwood. Check me. Pop is working CP. It got you stoked up for sure tonight. Yeah. I needed a little pick me up here. OG Scuba Steve. OG Scuba Suspicion Steve-O. What's up? Josh Adair. What's up? Paul Mendenhall. What's up? How you doing? I'm going to have to order to place the Malco. Yeah, absolutely. Get on that. Ben Farms. What's up? Yeah, it was sad to do. Holla, holla, holla for the dollar. I got big airbags in the truck tomorrow. We're going to have a great discussion here. As soon as I get everybody calmed down, get everybody in the chat. Chuck Miller. What's up, CP? Woo! I had a good week other than I got sick yesterday, man. I don't know what the hell happened, but holy shit. I got hit with a ton of bricks and then it rained. Is there something to that if you get all stuffed up? Yesterday though it wasn't raining. It was nice yesterday. But I suppose the temperature started dropping last night and that made it even worse. I don't know. CP, that new battery charger is awesome, works great. Hell yeah, dude. That thing looks awesome. Paul Mendenhall. Woo! What's up? There he is. Our guest, our incoming guest, Fluffy Mechanic. So we'll be sending him out a shot on the chat here soon. We're going to get him in here. Fluffy the Mechanic, if you haven't seen him before. Great guy. He's got a channel. He's a new up and comer. He might be at 100,000 before. Who knows? I mean, he just rolled past me. Like him and Doc are both the two hot ones right now. Doc from Last Best Tool. You can't. I mean, the guy's killing it. So, but yeah, we're going to talk about Malco pliers and Sema. So a little quick one to get you guys titillating in the comment section there. Sema. Who actually was not disappointed with Sema? I know I was. I was disappointed. Once again, Sema disappointed again this year. But it wasn't no surprise. You know. Tool demos, what's up, Steve? Started working for Chef Shade Tree started working for his buddy. Going to be a video on his toolboxes, his side hustle. Probably makes more money than most. Jesus Christ. You got to stop with that, Chef. You got to stop with that. Sema tickles me. Hell yeah. I was happy with 71 subs this morning. More than doubled in last month. Well, there you go, buddy. Hey, people like when you come on to CP's chat, you know. Hey, Fluff. Yeah, we're going to hopefully, and the toolbox he uses a U.S. General clear full of Icon tools, and he makes bank. Right on. I mean, define bank, I guess. I mean, it's all subjective. What do you use to make your videos with editing, etc.? My phone. Sorry, I'm late. Hey, Everyday Fleet Tech, you're not late. It's only 12 minutes into the stream, buddy. You're right at the beginning. You're never late when you're here. I wish I could get this. I wish I could get this stream. I'm proud of you, Chef, for getting a job, buddy. That did a better deal right there, didn't it? That made the picture look 10 times better, didn't it? That's weird. I'm proud of you, Chef. I just want to say this once again. Proud of you, Chef, that you're getting or that you got a job and you're happy, making something happen. That's really good. So very proud of you. Definitely enjoyed watching your video on that. So keep up the good work, buddy. That's awesome. Remember, it's not about beating people. This is life. The competition isn't. There's no competition for me every day. I want you to understand this, Chef. The only person you ever have to beat is yourself at life. That's one thing. So just keep that in mind, Chef. This isn't it. You don't have to always come in and challenge everything. I understand. I'm like that too. But just remember, Chef, I'm trying to help you, buddy. I'm trying to be your friend. I watch you because I love the channel, brother. I believe it or not, my drag race stuff and mini bike videos get hits. Oh, that's awesome. I'm sure the mini bike videos too. He does great go-kart motors, which is $250,000. Hell yeah. We got Everyday Fleet Tech. It's almost a week in my diet, and I'm getting hungry. I've been not doing good. Everyday Fleet. I'm going to go ahead and we'll just talk about my diet too while we're talking about Everyday Fleet Tech. Hopefully your diet's going well. My diet somehow has gone sideways. I don't know if it's my medication or what, but I haven't been eating shit and I can't be losing nothing and got some problems. So I've gained back about 10 pounds. I'm pretty disappointed, pretty sad, but I do start on Monday. I do start my physical therapy, or not my physical therapy. I start my training. I have a personal trainer, a specialized personal trainer for overweight people. I'm spending a decent amount of coin on this, and I'm really motivated to go do this because it's going to be awesome. I'm going 3 days a week to it. So I commend everybody who's doing weight loss. It's always a challenge. People who don't know or people who don't have to deal with it, they like to make fun of or talk about people, but they have no idea about your personal struggles. So, and those people are just pretty much, terrible. If you see those people doing that, it's always good to let them know that they're shitbags. They don't understand. So, ACP, long-time listener. I'm late. I'm long-time listener, first-time caller. Well, like I said to everybody, you're not late. You're not late as long as you're here. You're never late. Don't ever think you're late. What tap and die set do you recommend? I personally run the Irwins. I haven't had any problems with them. I've never had any issues. Yeah. Well, lifetime warranty doesn't mean anything when the company goes out of business, but lifetime warranty is subjective anyways. So I think we're about ready to get some people in here. Yes, it is hard. It's worth it. Absolutely. AgTech 45. AgTech 45. What's up, brother man? Kelly, hope you're doing good. You got this. Yeah, thank you, Nick. Yeah, the new go is disappointing. Yeah, thank you, Fred. I appreciate that. Got a face to eat small 5 times a day. I guarantee it. I don't know what happened. I didn't eat much, but I don't know, I've been sick. Henry's been, I'm trying to, hopefully he's going to get to he worries me. I got, just a lot of work going on. I think stress is basically what it is. I don't have time to think about YouTube. I did make a bunch of YouTube videos and get them done up. So that was a weight lifted off my shoulder. And I haven't been able to watch much YouTube lately, so I apologize to you guys. If you guys were thinking I would watch videos and whatnot, I just been tired, and I've been going to sleep and I've been sleeping like 9 hours a night, which is not usual for me. Usually I sleep about 6. Lately I've been sleeping about 9. So hey brother, numbers on a scale don't matter. You get the results, I'm sure. Yeah, I was doing good. And then I don't know what happened. I really don't know what happened. I thought this stuff was doing me good. I was doing really good with this stuff, and I thought it was helping me out. I'm telling you, I can't lose nothing. Now, obviously, drinking this ain't no good, but I haven't had any soda. I haven't had any soda for months. I drink water all the time, guys. I don't drink any sugar. I don't have any. I don't take any sugar, and I have 0 sodium in my diet, pretty much as possible. Less than 1,000 milligrams of sodium in my diet. So there's a lot of things that better late than pregnant. Better late than pregnant. No, I'm not giving up, man. I'm excited to go Monday. Yes, Irwin taps for the win. Absolutely. CP, he's paying me pretty decent. I haven't really worked on anything yet, but been cleaning his shop. Dude, I'm proud of you, buddy. It's awesome, man. That's awesome, Chef. You keep up kicking ass, brother. Your content's gonna blow up. You just keep working hard, man. I'm telling you. That's all you gotta do. You don't worry about what anybody else says, and don't worry. Trust me, as a person who says too much anyways, just keep those guys, keep anybody that's negative. You don't have to prove anything to anybody. So, and don't try to compete. You know what I mean? Like, people don't like that. People think I'm competing all the time. I got to tell you, I don't really give a shit about what anybody else is doing. I just don't. I am. First of all, let me just speak to something about Chef, because I'm going to speak on a personal level to Chef. Okay, as a guy that makes mistakes every day, and I can give you advice on my mistakes because I clearly make a lot of mistakes. I'm not perfect. And, one thing I regret doing is, challenging people on the internet and talking and getting, it's like whenever you say somebody makes more money or I do this better than anybody else. Whenever you do that, it's a challenge. People want to accept the challenge. And my biggest problem is that I challenge people to that their Harbor Freight tools or whatnot are not as good as my quality tools. And I understand that causes people to have animosity towards me, which is taken wrongly, because that's not how I feel. And I know Chef doesn't feel that way neither. Honestly, he's just making a statement, and he doesn't really care either, as long as he's happy. And Chef, I'm proud of you for what you're doing, buddy. Proud of anybody out there, everybody out there that's doing something to make their lives better, and they're doing a grind on it. And remember, focus on that. Hello.
Hello, this is DoorDash.
What's that?
DoorDash.
Yeah. Yeah, just dropping on the porch. Yep, but sorry, had a delivery there, guys. So anyways, like I was saying, I made a lot of mistakes. I kind of lost my track there. But anyways, guys, I want to say that everybody needs to be out there. If you're doing something, don't let anybody get you down doing it. Just kick some ass, keep doing it. I have really put my mind and focus through to that. A lot of people have been picking on me and talking crap about me lately, and they're pathetic. They know they're pathetic, though. That's the worst part about it. They know they're pathetic, and that's why they're foolish. It's sad. I actually feel bad for them because they do look very pathetic. But nonetheless, I'm not worried about what they do. They can do whatever they want. I just don't even care anymore because I become numb to it, and it's sad. But people are going to do that to you, especially now with social media and whatnot. You're going to have that. I can't get my hat on straight. Anyways, guys, my little message for today, and we're going to get these guys on here and get into talking about Malco. So, Irwin makes Max tap and dice. Larry Croft, my brother Larry. Let me shoot these links out here, boys. Let's get this thing rolling. Let's see here. Links are coming. Links are coming in. We're gonna get these guys in here. I know they're chomping at the bit. We've been on for 22 minutes, and they're like, CP, let's go! CP, let's go! CP, let's get it! CP, let's get it! Shooting them links out. Hell yeah. Oh, we got some good guys on tonight, fellas. We have got some freaking good people coming on here tonight. For freaking sure. I'm pumped. You're gonna meet one guy right now that I actually met the other night and absolutely was super impressed with him. Super impressed with him. But we're gonna get into this. Here we go. Without ado, I give you guys. I want a big, warm welcome. Everybody in the chat, give it to one of my new. He's a happy guy, always smiling. Just a super enthusiastic guy, just like myself. Here he is, one and only Fluffy Mechanic.
What's going on? What's going on, CP? What's going on, chat? How's everybody's night? Finally, I don't have to pay attention to the comments. I can just
well, you're going to get to see how I do it because I'm well seasoned at this now. So, chat's blowing up here. We've got a ton of people. We got 96 people in the chat. If you guys don't know, Fluffy has a channel, Fluffy Mechanic, just like it says. So give him, if you go over there and check his stuff out, let him know that you saw him on CP's channel and you're coming over to say howdy, hitting the subscribe for him. Good guy.
Much appreciated, bro.
Well, we were going to have you on, but we had some topics come up during the week, some tool news.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, and I don't know if
I saw some of it.
Yeah, I don't know if you're aware of Malco Ego Grip, but I'm actually going to run out and get some pliers here for a minute. I might leave you run solo unless we get one of the other guys come in. We'll let you guys kind of run the chat. I was going to be out in the shop tonight, but since I'm having problems with charging issues, I don't know why. I can't get power. I can't get the right charger running in my shop, and I lost we were on Tuesday night. I lost power. My stuff died, so I want to keep my tablet up and running. So I decided to stay in here. So why don't you tell everybody a little bit about yourself, Fluffy, and what you do?
Well, I'm a master technician for a dealership here in my city. I've been a master since 2018, 2019, somewhere around there. I've been with my brand for 10 years. Since 2018, 2019, somewhere around there. I've been kicking ass since then. And then I recently started up my YouTube 2 years ago. Got shut down by the manufacturer, and then finally they let me start recording again and posting content under some certain circumstances. And so now we're just rocking and rolling.
Oh yeah. And now you have made a YouTube channel, right? And you've been doing YouTube now for how long?
2 years, but I had to delete everything as my channel was picking up strongly. And then it took 3 months, got it back up and running, started posting again, and we're at 22K right now.
Hell yeah, 22,000 subscribers. Can you believe it? And wait, now see, you've been doing it for 2 years, but how long have you had 22,000 subscribers?
Since today.
No, but I mean, you got me on that one. How long where were you at? Where were you at like what, 6 months ago as far as subscribers?
6 months ago I was at 9.3.
9,000?
Yes.
Oh, how long? Where was it a year now that it's been since you? Where were you at? Where were you below 1,000? When were you below 1,000?
Oh, was I below 1,000? Beginning of April.
Okay, so since April. Okay, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. So since April, he's had under 1,000. So for you guys that have channels out there, I just want you to see, like I said, anything can happen.
Oh yes.
It doesn't. It's not. It's all. And you were hustling, putting up a lot of shorts and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
You hustle when it comes to you're doing some YouTube stuff. So that's what it's all about. You got to hustle, But oh, look at this. We got Sergio in here now. Dude, this is getting. So let's get to the next guy that came on here, and that's Turbo. Hi, guy. What's up, brother man?
Hey, what's up, everybody? How's it going?
Love your comment. Love your comment today. It was definitely interesting. Even Doc caught on to that. So Doc replied back, and which was really great. We're going to talk about your comment too later, but I'll let everybody know people who don't know about Turbo Tai.
All right, so if you guys don't know, I have a channel myself, really low-key, kind of under the radar kind of channel. Just kind of starting to get picked up a little bit, and mainly I just come on here as a hobby and mostly to watch your guys' videos.
Oh yeah. You usually work nights, so are you off now?
Yeah, I'm off Fridays and Saturdays. So.
Oh, okay, sweet. We got Knox coming in here later, too. So that's going to be a good one. That you seen his comment, so it's pretty good. It's pretty cool. The three best comments were yours, Knox, and Doc. Doc is busy working tonight, so he couldn't come on. But it's going to be. I'm super happy that it's kind of weird that it worked out that way, but cool to see your comment. Plus, I just dropped a video with your name in it today. The Duratec wrenches. I bought them. That live stream that one night when you told me they were the thinnest, and I was like, dude, I got to get these things. So, and then they had the gold ones on sale, so I was like, why not? Like, why not? So, another guy that I met in real life on Tuesday on Fluffy stream, because Fluffy does streams on Tuesdays and Fridays normally. So I appreciate Fluffy for jumping off his stream tonight to come over here. But we got Sergio, the HVAC tech.
Yo.
Yes. I'm the odd one out.
And he also had a great comment that he made in the chat. So it's actually, I had three. Hopefully, we got three guys that are going to be on. They're going to have that had pretty stellar comments. And he actually taught me something that I didn't know about HVAC guys and vice grips. So, Sergio, go ahead and let her rip, potato chip, and tell us about yourself.
Well, I'm a journeyman HVAC technician. Been doing this, 7 years now, I think. But I've only been a journeyman for about one. But Yeah, it's been a trip, man. I mean, I have a little YouTube channel that when I remember to make videos about what I'm doing, that I'll post stuff, but it's hard. I know this week's been hard because I've been on call and stuff, but but
No kidding. Yeah,
yeah.
they would. Yeah, I completely understand. This is a stream filled with blue collar people here.
Yeah.
I mean, none of us here that are not. We're both putting our pants on, all still going to work every day, all still hoofing it to do stuff. So, and most of the people in the chat are. So this is what makes this stream really unique right now is that we got just a ton of blue collar people. So, hold on a second. I got to send Knox. I got to send Knox the deal here.
Yeah, it's actually funny. Like we were talking the other night about those RBRTs and stuff. I don't remember if it was during the stream or after the stream, but and then I called my Mac guy yesterday and bought a set.
I mean, I personally, I think a lot of the other ones are gimmicky. They went pushing really far. There's so many of them. They really dumped a lot on there, but the problem is some of the other ones are, I don't know. I don't know.
What do you mean, like the bits or?
No, the hex and the torques are great. The Allens and the torques are great.
Right.
Turbo tie. You probably have some, don't you?
I don't. I don't have a Mac dealer. I haven't had one in years.
Ooh.
I know Knox has some. Hopefully Knox. Knox, hopefully you got that. I sent that to you in email. So, what happened to Redemption Garage? I have no idea. We got Chaka Gillis in here. We got a super chat in the chat here before I lose it on the screen. Sorry, guys. I'm a little all over the place. But Chaka Gillis with the $2 holler. Ryobi tools are trash. That's not opinion. And Chaka, I tend to agree with you because they are made by TTI.
It's just green. It's just green Milwaukee.
Yeah, it's just green. Well, and
You said green who?
Look at this. We got Corey Bremer says, "Welcome, mechanic."
Thank you.
Chaka loves him some. Apologize if I missed some of your guys. It was fun being live with you guys Tuesday. I'm actually subscribed to him. Joshua Brandenburg is.
Nice.
Joshua Brandenburg is the nicest guy on YouTube. So take extra special care of him, Fluffy. He is a awesome guy. So when you see him in the chat, trust me, he will be there every single time. This is one of the most loyalist dudes on there. We got Larry Tom saying, "Hey, Turbo Tie. Cool demo," saying, "What's up, Tyler?" Yeah, everybody giving you guys a little love in there. Sergio, we got Stephen Leps. He was on last week with us. Luke sounds like a great idea. Luke Tradonsky, Fluffy. Yeah, man, everybody's in here. Sergio, right there. Look at that. Bill Beckett. Bill Beckett's giving you a deal. We got Hard Knocks says he's here. We're trying to get him in on the chat. So, yeah. Bill Beckett, hey man. There we go, dude. Lots of people showing a lot of love. So let's jump into it. Well, hopefully we'll get Knox in here in a second. I didn't want to start without him. I don't know if he's still having trouble. Maybe I have to call him up. Oh, there he is. Never mind. Just at the nick of time. All right, you guys. I don't know if you guys have met Hard Knock Forge. All right, you guys. I don't know if you guys have met Hard Newbie, huh?
It's been a while.
It has been a while. I'm sure Turbo Tai knows who he is, but Fluffy and Sergio might not know. This right here is a legend, boys. This is a legend. Hard Knocks Forge.
Years and years ago when I was a kid.
Years. This guy is true OG of YouTube tool content. I'm telling you.
Really?
Yes. Oh, yeah, dude.
Nice.
Knox has done it all, seen it all, and been with it all. Or, no, that's not right.
I like the hat, though.
Yeah, Troll Company.
Yeah.
They're out of Canada, but I mean, that's way closer than China.
Yeah. Right? So, anyways, we got we got some of the three of the best comments on my video for the closing down of Malco. Sergio, Knox, and Turbo Tai. Knox put in a full essay and went all out. and he cleared his throat and everything. But give us your thoughts. We're going to kick it off with Knox since you had the best one. Give me your thoughts on this Malco closing and USA manufacturing, and what do you think's going on and all this stuff here?
Well, that's a hell of a fucking question because there's so many different aspects of what the fuck this is. Is it lack of tradespeople, which I think that's a problem? Is it lack of people wanting quality versus fucking disposable cheap bullshit?
Yep.
Or is it just outright fucking globalism where that helps with the manufacturing going across seas and being cheap as fuck and having shit disposable?
Yep.
Or was it something in Malco themselves where they just didn't fucking market worth a fuck?
Right. Absolutely.
Like, I think it's a very multi-dimensional problem that they had, which led to this plant closing. The sad thing is all those people in fucking DeWitt going through this again because Irwin did it to them when they bought out Peterson. So
I think you touched on that too about the 600, the town's population of being only 600.
Yeah.
We're talking 63 jobs in a town of 600.
It's over 10%.
Yes, exactly. So it's a huge, huge thing for that town. And not only that, people didn't think about the residual revenue that brought in. Truck drivers coming in and buying diesel while they were there, buying food, restaurants, and such and stuff like that. That little town was going to thrive again. And what people don't understand is this is how America was built. Okay, is by thriving, and by when we have stuff coming over too. I think that's what I don't know that people understand the economic development of things like that, and it's devastating because this town will never probably recover from this if they shut this plant down. Which, granted, it's not shut down now, but at the end of the year, it's going to be shut down if nothing happens. Which we'll also talk about options, but it's just. It's a devastating thing. What's your thoughts on it, Fluffy? You don't have an opinion or don't know enough about the subject? And
well, I started reading a little bit.
Let me ask you a question that you can answer. What do you think about USA manufactured tools versus China versus Taiwan versus? And be completely honest. There's no judgment here. Okay, so I want you to be completely honest. You don't have to say that you like USA manufacturing. I want your honest opinion based on what you spend and whatnot like that.
Well, first off, we want jobs here in the U.S. Right? We want quality stuff here in the U.S. It's hard because prices just going up. I'm pretty sure they're doing this to cut prices on their own, right? Because vice grip is made here in the U.S. So doing like everybody else.
They're shipping. A lot of places are shipping jobs overseas. Only thing is with this Malco one, they're not shipping the jobs overseas. They're shutting it down completely. And you know what? I'm gonna let you guys talk. Let me run out and grab some of the pliers so I can kind of show you guys it for you guys that don't know about it, and let you guys kind of you guys can go on here for a second. Let me run out and get the locking vice grips. Locking pliers so I can kind of show you what we're talking about and give you some examples for you guys that don't know in the chat and whatnot. So let you guys rip on the stream without me for a second.
Yeah. All right.
Well, I think kind of like what over here, what's Quick Wrench says is like, the young mostly buy cheap shit. Well, I mean, when you're not saying that's not true, because I know when I first started out, like I think most of my tools were from Harbor Freight or whatever, because I was making like $16 an hour in Southern California. So, but another thing is like Malco is a pretty big name in like HVAC, like in the sheet metal industry. So like, and I didn't even know they made these until CP made that video. So I think part of it's a marketing thing.
I didn't know I didn't know what Malco was. I thought it was a typo. I thought it was supposed to be Matco. And then as I'm reading vice grip, man, that's all I use. Like when it comes to locking pliers, vice grip's the only one I use. All the other
Yeah.
ones, I mean,
Well, they make a lot of stuff, but they
Do they?
don't market very well. It's
No,
more
they,
extrusion type of company, where if you know what their stuff is, that's what you're going to buy.
I mean, I've
Yeah,
had
that's kind of
knockoff.
the thing. It's you have HVAC supply shops and they have Malco tools in there.
Yep.
Kind of like I have Snap-on truck and there's Snap-on tools in there. They don't get outside and market, say, like Craftsman would, or fucking Harbor
mean-
Freight for that matter.
they do sell stuff in like Lowe's and Home Depot, right? But it's
Yeah.
like, you know, they'll sell their seamers or, you know, the tin snips and like random stuff like that, or the zip tie guns. But it's like, but yeah, I don't think I've ever seen like an actual like advertisement for them.
Right.
Like it's just, you know, they're just, here's what we have, and like you go to any HVAC, you know, supply house, and they got a wall of Matco stuff, or Malco, not Matco.
And that's the that's the problem. So the HVAC guys know their HVAC tools, and they go there and they see Malco and they buy Malco because
Right.
that's the industry standard. It's like an electrician buying Klein tools. It's just gonna
Right.
fucking happen. But you're talking about vice grips. Who the fuck doesn't have a pair of vice grips in their goddamn house right now? That's
I
what
know
the
a
marketing
lot of
should have
people.
hit. The marketing should have hit every person
Yeah.
that buys vice grips, which is everybody.
Yeah.
I mean,
I was
that's the marketing fail.
what I'm surprised that there's a lot of. I was searching for a good pair of vice grips a while back, right? I'm talking about when I was in Express 6-7 years ago, 8 years ago. I didn't have no vice grips. I was trying to. I forgot what I was doing. And I'm going around the whole shop. Anybody got vice grips? Vice grips? Nobody had any. I'm like, dude, what? I've known vice grips since I was little, and nobody in the shop had any.
Yeah, CP had mentioned too
weird.
that it's not really a product that fails too often.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
I think I've had the same pair for like 5 years.
Yeah,
See?
I'm still running old, like probably late '90s, early 2000s Craftsman, and they don't
Yeah.
break. You know?
You probably can't see these, but these are old Petersons, and I found these on one of the tractors. It was holding the negative clamp back to the battery
Nah.
because I mean that's just how we fixed it. And this thing's been rusted in fucking place, and you know, a little bit of oil and shit, and it's good to go again. And we put a tip on that terminal now, so I get my pliers back. But that was, I mean, I don't know how long these have been on that tractor. It's probably been 15, 20 years.
Right.
But
Wow.
it's just ridiculous the quality that are fucking in these now. It's not the same. You buy and that's the other thing. These right here, fucking Nipex, I got to do a lot better job with lighting if I'm going to show some of this shit off. So I don't know if you can see that there, but these are the Nipex, and I use these exactly one time, and these teeth are fucking missing in here. Like they've been laid over. And
Jeez.
Nipex is a great plier company. And I mean, as far as German shit goes, but their locking pliers are just absolute horrible fucking junk. And that was the problem, was Malco was getting back into the good old USA shit, the old Peterson dies or whatever, and making fucking vice grips like our grandparents used to have. You know, the vice grip.
These are the very first pliers that came off of the Malco Eagle Grip line, which are not the very first ones, but Snap-on had the first ones. These were the first ones that came off. So they're nickel finished. They have a power ring, which upgraded. This power ring, what they call it. The screw is everything is done to the highest quality. They upgraded from the original vice grip. They have the pinch flange here on these. They put a rivet through them. There's absolutely zero play to them. These things are hands down. When somebody would have thought that you couldn't have re-engineered vice grips and made them better, Eagle Grip did it. And that's what really blows me away about this company going away, is they actually proved that they can improve a product. and they did it. This power ring is I mean, it's overkill. None of this, and just like I think I heard Sergio say when I was coming back in, or no, Turbo Tie, I had mentioned, I have vice grips, the original Peterson manufacturing ones.
Yeah.
They've never broke.
Yeah.
You know, they're not something that usually break a lot.
These right here actually have the sticker on them. These are
Those are older ones, yeah.
1950s design.
Yeah, these are like 19.
That were actually printed on the handle.
Yeah, Peterson. That's what mine says Peterson, but they're not that old.
Old enough that they don't have that, you know, easy lock release lever on these.
These are like the last ones that were manufactured before they shut down in 1970. So not the true original, not like Knox's. They had how many? Do you remember how many variations Peterson had before they didn't they shut down 2 or 3 times?
Well, I think Irwin was the last time they actually shut down when they took everything overseas. But there's probably only 3 or 4 generations of Peterson pliers that went through some kind of improvement to come up with, and that was the other thing.
Yeah.
Malco says that it's not in their competency and skill set, and you just get through talking about the improvements that they made on those pliers. So
yeah, exactly.
How can you improve something if there's no competency or skill set there?
You know, Doc made a good point about Turbo Tai's comment to me. He replied back and he said, what is the chances that Snap-on was involved with the re-engineering of those pliers, and yet they didn't? Which Turbo Tai was making a point about Snap-on not supporting Malco, which, you know, I really don't feel like Snap-on supports the we'll get into that topic. Before I go, let me not overstep there. But Doc made a good point about Snap-on. Was Snap-on involved in the engineering of these pliers? I mean, there's a lot of what ifs we don't know about. Okay, obviously we're not going to know about them because that's inside corporate stuff, and that's how. And that goes right to the comment of Ty says corporate companies ruining America. That it is, because they should be more honest with everything going on, just so people know. But also, going back to what Knox just said about Malco not being competent, we have Sergio, an HVAC guy right here, and Malco is a huge HVAC guy. You're a HVAC. Yeah. So Malco, you probably deal with Malco products.
I own quite a few. Like
so
they're random like sheet metal stuff. Like I have quite a bit of their stuff.
Yeah, and you said in your comment that sheet metal workers, what do you call them? You call them
tin knockers.
Tin knockers, yes. Well, no, my buddy's a tin knocker. He's called Malco too, but you said that they use vice grips all the time.
Yeah.
So that's
like part of their like tools that they use every day.
Yeah. So that right there tells me that Malco is exactly what you're saying, Knox. That's what puts a conclusion to me that thinking that Malco is just trying to get out of this with no limited damage. But I have to wonder too. Now let me put this out here for you guys. I have to wonder, and I'll let you guys answer this. But what are the chances Malco is doing this to gain an easy marketing ploy?
They could.
Well, Snap-on originally had the rights to it before Malco released to the public, right?
No, they bought. So that's the thing is they never had the right. They had the rights for 2 weeks. They built them. So what that is that's a kick. So you ever heard of a Kickstarter program?
Yeah.
Okay. So like I bought my Yes Welder on a Kickstarter program. In order for them to get enough of them out there, they had to sell X amount to get more out there, Uh-huh. And I think that's what Malco does. A lot of companies do that. And I think Jaden Tico could probably speak to this. Whenever you want to bump a product out there, you go get an investor, and a Kickstarter is a way to get investors. I've had several companies ask me to do products for them. Hey, we've got this Kickstarter program. We'll send you this product. You show it, and I'm like, listen, I'm not your patsy. Okay, bud. Like, I'm not your mule. You're not going to ride this horse into the show on my back. I don't know nothing about your product. I'm not going to promote it, blah, blah, blah. I respect my subscribers enough. I'm not going to let that happen. But in this case, Snap-on bought X amount of pliers from them is what I think. And that's my, if anybody's got any other things on that, let me know if you think that's right or wrong.
That's likely what happened. They probably placed an order, say for 10,000 or whatever, you know, but that's not enough for one factory to survive off of.
No, it's a Kickstarter though.
Yeah.
And I think Malco may be underestimated. And here's another theory: is Malco lazy about marketing? They've got a huge business with HVAC guys. Do you ever see them market anything from Malco?
How many employees does that
so maybe their marketing team is crap.
How much employees do they have? It's a small town. Do they have a lot of people? For
Malco's a pretty big company.
Yeah, they're in Minnesota here. So they're north of me. They're in Minneapolis, and they're I would say they employ, actually, you know what? Let's see if we can see. Let's look it up so we're not just talking out of the side here. But you guys talk. Uh-oh.
I think it said like 330 jobs that they were letting go with the.
No, the DeWitt plant was only 63, I think. So that just would have been the main factory. How many they had actually in the marketing in their cubicles up in Minneapolis is a different story.
It says they only have like 200 employees.
Okay, you got it.
But that doesn't seem right. Well, I mean, unless they just have other companies make their stuff.
Facility. That's not bad. 200 employees for a manufacturing warehouse for tooling. That's not bad. You know that. So Lyle Tools, I don't think they only have but 100 employees in Clarendon, and they also. So a lot of companies do this. This is my experience. A lot of companies sublet things out to different places in the state. So let's say you want to do injection molding. We have like 12 injection molding places across the state here. They'll hire them to do injection molding projects, so they don't have to employ those people. And it's sharing responsibility. It's still being built in the United States. There's nothing wrong with it. I don't find anything wrong with it. But they're also, helping other manufacturers and businesses run and everything like that. I apologize, M. Lizer. I didn't mean to block you. I accidentally did that when I got excited and touched the phone. Hopefully you can come back in. I think he did. I don't think he even noticed. Anyway, and I don't know if you know that, Knox, or not. Are you aware that a lot of companies share manufacturing responsibilities with other companies within the
all the time? Yeah, all the time.
So
and that's just how they do. That's how you get rebrands. I mean, that's how many. We have a little plant here in Kansas. It's in Hiawatha, Wildy, however you want to name it. But I mean, most of their tools do not have their name on it. They have somebody else's name on it, and that's because the orders come in, and they just roll that shit out because that's the customer base that does all the marketing. Wildy doesn't market their tools, so not much anymore anyway. But so your pry bars, hyper tough pry bars, your Tecton pry bars, your old Craftsman pry bars that were from Sears that were actually made in the USA and was Chinese junk. They were all made by Wildy. So lots of manufacturing companies do that. They throw somebody else's name on it whenever they get an order in, and there's an old Craftsman one right there.
There you go. Ty had it.
Old Craftsman one.
Yeah, I got one of those.
Hyper tough Craftsman. You're learning some stuff here now. You're Fluffy.
Oh yeah. Just absorbing everything out of it. The first time you came on my channel, I was like, what the hell?
Well, I'll tell you what, we used to have discussions like this. Knox, Tools and Trash, several guys, we used to have chats like this every week about this stuff. And it was these are like the good old days when we had chats. But this was an interesting topic that came up this week, and it just so happened you guys all three made one of the best comments on that video this week. So Sergio, did you give your thoughts completely about this?
No, I don't think well, I mean, everybody else kind of said it, and it's like part of it I think is they probably didn't market it enough because, like I said, I don't think I even knew they were making these until you made that video.
Yeah,
you know,
and Knox said the same thing. Well, not the video, but you just found out about them 2 weeks ago, right, Knox?
Right.
Yeah, a couple of weeks ago, I found out Malco was actually making Eagle grips themselves under their own name, not just Snap-on. So
there's the one, JD Tico. Little short, quick plug for him. Those are the ones for JD Tico. They're Malco. They're the exact same as the Snap-ons. These are the Malcos. These are the Snap-ons. I love the nickel finish. I got to tell you guys, I'm a huge fan of the nickel finish because it's a very anti-corrosive finish, and they're durable. That's just the long and short of it is. I do know the one thing that Snap-on done well is nickel finish, and that's what kind of makes me wonder when I was saying that did Snap-on get involved in this is because of this nickel finish. That was never done on these before, and I'm wondering if that process is the reason why. And so that goes back to Turbo Tai's comment where he was like, this is he was laid some of the blame on Snap-on here, saying did Snap-on support them enough? Were they a part of the company? That's another thing that makes me wonder. You know, I mean, did Snap-on let them hang out to dry a little bit? Snap-on's got a great marketing team. You know,
right?
Why didn't they assist them a little bit and say, hey, look, guys, you know, we need to keep this business going. We bought this product and we sold it into our customers. You know, now we're just gonna let them, you know, just die off without it.
Yeah, it wouldn't hurt to throw it in the weekly flyer, you know, and kind of get the ball rolling, you know. It's mainly the price. I mean, they're selling them for a stupid price, and if they want to get sales and volumes, lower the price a little bit, take less of the profit, and put more volume out there.
Okay,
I said something to that effect too. I mean, look at vice grips. You could buy them for $20 a pair for decades. And that's how the name vice grip got synonymous with locking pliers. Nobody calls them locking pliers. Everybody calls them vice grips. It doesn't matter if you're Gen X or fucking Zoomer. They're all vice grips. Well, and that was because you could go out to your local store and pick up a set for $20.
This actually says vice grip on it. And what difference does it look like from this one? I mean,
they all look the same.
Exactly. It's like Q-tip. Okay, they're actually called cotton swabs. Since Q-tip invented them, they all got trademarked into that. So, you know, it's just I hate that when people try to correct you and they're like they're called locking pliers unless they're vice grip. Whatever, dude. You know,
with channel locks.
Channel locks.
Channel locks.
Jet ski. I mean, that shit happens everywhere.
Nipex. We're not German over here. We can say Nipex over here. We're
care. American. We say how we feel like saying it.
I like people that get after me for saying Nipex, and they say, "Do you say Evil Knievel?" I say, "Yes, I do." I do say Evil Knievel.
Right. Okay, so I want to go back to this price thing. So, Snap-on pricing. I will say this about Snap-on. I don't agree with their price. I don't like their pricing either. I've never have been a fan of Snap-on's pricing, but I'll be honest with you, I'm not a fan of Matco's, Cornwell, at any retrospect, because you're paying for a middleman. No matter what however you look at it, you're paying for middleman. I would rather see my dealer get the money, and this is why I like Jody Pico, because he doesn't have to deal with a company. He's going direct to the vendor, and that's the problem with this. A lot of this stuff is like VIM. Let's use VIM for example, because that's completely neutral. VIM doesn't manufacture tools; they warehouse them here in the States. They buy them from another company and have them made and sent over here. Okay, and then they'll ship them out to another vendor. So now you're going to pay a markup there. No matter what we do, it seems like we're never going to get away from this, because if you guys actually knew the price on some of these tools, what they actually cost to make and what you're paying for them, you would probably even look at Harbor Freight and say, you guys are crooks. I mean, we're talking pennies on the dollar. And when it comes to biggest profit margin, I highly doubt Snap-on's making the biggest profit margin at the end of the day. Malco probably set a deal, and what Snap-on does, I know, and I'm guessing because it's the same as probably was when I was dealers, they set a profit margin that they expect to make. And they don't change that. And most corporations do that. You know, they say, hey, we're going to make 35% on this. Okay. And then they give an MSRP price. I know this is how Lyle works. Everybody. They set an MSRP. The company will set an MSRP price, and they'll say, we'll sell it to you for this. You guys can make this. Your dealers can make this. It's all regulated. Very, very regulated, in my opinion. So Snap-on, they could have took a bigger cut for handling a product before giving it to their distributors. I think that could have been something that could have been done. Absolutely. $80 for the pliers, which obviously I paid because I wanted them first. Do I feel like I got cooked for them? No, I actually still think these are worth $80.
The Snap-on branded ones are $80.
No, pliers in general. Disregard. I still think they're worth $80 because these will be the last pair of pliers. The jaws on these are so hard and they're so good and they grip so well that I'm telling you. And the finish, everything about these, you only have to buy one pair of these. I promise you. And I've stripped out some of the older vice grips. The jaws on these older vice grips, and I think if you watch some videos from Project Farm, he might even show it. These will get damaged too. These jaws are so much harder than any other vice grip ever made before them. That I promise you, sell all your old vice grips to somebody. Which, if you bought them back 10 years ago, you'll probably make money on them because the inflation cost. You could probably sell them used to other people, buy them and buy the vice grip ones back or the Eagle grip ones back. I don't know. What do you? Am I crazy? Am I off my rocker?
No.
I mean, I don't like selling tools. I'm too lazy to do that.
Yeah, I don't really like selling tools either.
No, I understand. Tools are like,
except for my Makita stuff. I was glad to get rid of those.
Oh God, yeah.
Now it's gonna be like, oh, I got vice grips. You want them? Or you gonna have to pay a good amount for them? Because
you'll be like, hey, you want vice grips?
No, they don't make them no more, right?
I think actually I had both of them ordered. I got both the 10s in here right now, but I have the 7s I bought from JD Tico. I will say that I'd ordered them both from my dealer, the 7 and the 10. And when he told me the price of them, I think it was like $60 or $70 for the 7s and $80 for the 10s. I got the 10s, and I said, "Yeah, I'll be fine about the 7s. I'll pass." That's almost $140 for 2 pairs of pliers, which is crazy, you know. But then again, I also pay $50 a plier for Snap-on ones. But we talked about this too, Sergio, about the pliers. You know, they're not that great for anything else but automotive. Sergio made a comment. He's like, I wouldn't probably use Snap-on pliers in the field for anything he does. And it wasn't you. Huh?
I have a Snap-on pliers in my bag.
Oh, was it somebody else that said that?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, I thought somebody. Well, I kind of agree. I agree that they're really not very good for anything outside of automotive.
Yeah, I'm starting to find that out because, like, well, one set of the pliers, the slip joint, whatever they're called, the ones that, like, I can't ever remember what those are called.
LM347Fs, the needle nose.
Yeah, so I have the long needle nose, the long what's it called, wire cutters, and then it was like it's that 3-pack, and then it's like that. They kind of look like linemen's, but can't remember what the heck they're actually called. But it's like that; those are good. But the other 2 things are rusted because I work around a lot of water and I need to get into places that are wet or whatever. And I'm like, I've only had these a few months, and these are the only tools I've had that have rusted that fast.
Yep.
You know, so it's just like, well, all right. Well, I guess these only work when they're covered in grease or something.
Well, we got Fluffy in here, and I don't know what you have for pliers, Fluffy, but you're kind of like getting the full Monty tonight, aren't you? As far as what do you run for pliers in general? Period. Besides vice grips or whatnot, do you probably here's another one too. Since you're working on more cars than I am, I don't use vice grips a ton. How about you?
Oh, I use vice grips.
Do you a lot?
Well, yeah. When I do my alignments, I lock onto it. I lock onto the inner tie rod.
Okay.
Because you'll get, let's say, a 12 millimeter. Well, it's not really a 12 millimeter. That 12 millimeter, if it's the tie rod's a little stuck in there, it's going to round up. I don't even take the chance. I just lock onto the shaft and it bites, and I'm turning. I ain't struggling to get it to break free.
Have to look into those.
You don't have any of the PWZs from Snap-on?
No. I don't mess with Snap-on too much.
Yeah, Fluffy hasn't had a good experience with Snap-on, so sorry, I should have let you talk, Fluffy.
No, that's cool.
Just trying to.
So I don't really mess with Snap-on that much because we had a distributor that only cared about if you owed him money or not. Never passed out flyers. Never invited anybody on the truck. Didn't care to talk to you. And if you went on the truck to try to look around, see what we get on there, see what we can find. If we find anything we like, We're gonna buy, right? Are you done? Are you done? I got other stocks. All right, dude. You know what? You don't want my money. Buy.
Yeah, like I've tried to tell people that before with the big four when it comes to Snap-on, Matco, Cornwell. It's your dealer really that makes the difference.
Yes.
There's not a whole lot of difference. There's differences between even fucking sockets and ratchets, but the difference is not there enough to give somebody the business that's a complete dick.
Oh yeah.
Like
Right.
there's another truck rolling in tomorrow. Why the hell would I buy this ratchet from you for $250 when they have one that's very similar, and chances are I will never know the difference. And he's a happy chipper guy, loves me, bullshits, you know, whatever. I'm gonna buy shit from him. I'm not gonna buy shit from a dick. So
Yep.
that's just kind of the thing. I mean, your dealer does make a difference, and there are a lot of people. Snap-on's pretty big tool truck that have had pretty shitty dealings with their dealers. So
Yep.
yeah, no, your story is not, you know, phenomenal or
Yeah.
uncommon. It's just kind of, I mean, that's one of them shitty ass stories that's in the trade.
My dealer is not that great either. I'm not a super big fan of him. Same thing. You know, he doesn't cut me any great deals. I have to twist his arm to do stuff, you know, and it's because and the one reason why I hear is because Snap-on rules the roost. I mean, there's 8 trucks here in Des Moines alone on Snap-on. Not on the same route, but there's 8 dealers in Des Moines alone, and there's only 4 Matco and 3 Mac dealers and 1 corner dealer somewhere. So you do the math on that. He doesn't need to make deals.
Yeah.
You know.
Funny little thing about my dealer was about 6 months ago, he got in an accident with one of his trucks, and apparently he was injured pretty bad, and he never let anybody know, hey, I'm going to be out for a while. You know, do you guys need anything or whatever? He has 2 other trucks that he runs with, you know, 2 other guys, but they're owned by him. And not once has he said, like, hey, I'm sorry I haven't been by. Let me send one of my other trucks by to help take care of you guys. Nothing. Just didn't hear from him for 6 months.
Jeez.
Dude, we didn't have a Snap-on truck on the route in 2 years, maybe 2.5 years, because our Snap-on guy, the one that I really didn't have a good relationship with, but people, if people buy from Snap-on, they buy from Snap-on. Right. So you got guys that, hey, I need this warrantied out, or I need this sent off for repairs. Dude just disappeared overnight. Nobody heard from him. Then somebody from Snap-on corporate came by, was running a truck for like 2 weeks, disappeared again. We're like, dude, you know, you feel bad for the guys because they're like needing this tool and they have no answer. And then they're going through all sorts of files trying to find their tool, and it ends up that it was shipped back to the original guy's house, and it was a mess.
Yep. This is a good question coming in from Chuck Miller. Do you think warranties went up when tool trucks started using offshore products more?
Yeah.
What you got thoughts on that?
Yeah, exactly. Because as much as they say that we have this pair of pliers that's made to our standards, and even though it's made in China, like fucking Gear Wrench says they're made to our standards, so they're better. That standard is actually the cheapest China can fucking get away with Gear Wrench still buying them from China. That's the actual standard. There's not like hey, this needs to be a fucking 57 Rockwell hardness in order for us to buy it from you. It's what does it look like? What does it feel like? And can we sell this for the amount of money that we have in our books that we need to sell this for to make money on it, to have a profit? So that's their standards.
Mm-hmm.
China's standard is the cheapest they can get away with for having Gear Wrench buy their tools, or Pittsburgh or whoever, to sell them to you. That's the standard. They don't have real standards. It's what do they think you can buy or you will buy. Is this good enough? No, this isn't. So it's got to be a little bit better. It's got to be this. That's the only fucking standards there are in that kind of shit.
Right. What's your guys' take on this?
I mean, I agree. I mean, they're probably getting the most cheapest materials they could possibly get, and they're getting them for pennies on the dollar. So if it breaks and they have to warranty it, they're still making a profit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Be able to warranty it out 2, 3, 4 times, and still their profit margin is probably high enough to where it's not going to hurt them.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's sad. That's taking advantage of the consumer, actually, which is us.
Yeah. That's why we look for deals, because we know all the shit's cheap and it's junk. And when you're starting out, you don't have any choice but to buy cheap junk.
Exactly.
I mean, if you're pulling flat rate and you're getting 5 or 10 hours a week at $17, $18 an hour, you don't have $200 to throw on that tool truck every fucking Thursday it stops by. You just don't. And $200 a week isn't going to buy you a whole lot on any of those tool trucks.
I mean, look at now. I don't know how many of y'all are in the automotive industry right now, but it's taking a dive. We're getting hit pretty hard.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it has to do with inflation or what, but we're seeing about 2/3 of the cars we're used to, and then it's only going to get worse because we got holidays coming up.
Yeah,
So
it's,
Is this usually slow for you guys?
it's
yeah,
family season.
but not as slow as it's usually been, or that it's been right now.
Hey, because you were saying the other day you only got like 20 something hours,
9. It was like 8.9 hours. It was
What?
pretty bad.
and you still got to show up.
Yeah, sadly.
Yeah, it's been the opposite up here. We're busy. It's coming into winter, so there's a lot of people wanting to get stuff done and trying to get things done. Of course, then once Christmas hits, it'll slow down. But I'll tell you what, my slowest time of the year this year was back in February. I had like 4 weeks where I had nothing, absolutely nothing. And the first 2 weeks, I was like, yeah, I can get something done. Like, what's up? Because I look forward to slow times. I mean, I've been around this stuff long enough now that I look forward to times where I got less work to do, so I can catch up on other things. I mean, I kind of budget my time. It's basically no different than you budget your money. But boy, it went for almost 6 weeks. I had nothing. But
Jeez, man.
we were rocking and rolling January, February, March. It was crazy busy for us during those times.
I want to go back.
Their fleet were consistent all year long.
What?
The fleet were consistent all year long. There's never any slow time or any downtime. It's always just rolling.
Yeah. I like Jimmy's comment here. The manufacturers in China make it to the requirement standards of the brand. Yeah, I'd agree. The biggest problem that I see with manufacturing, in my opinion, here is that it's faster. For one, JD Tico's made this comment before. American manufacturers are not getting product out. And he said several of them that he tried to contact to get stuff made. They don't respond back. For one, right tools. They've been notorious for doing it. People want to get stuff made. You can't lean on Wildy to make everything because they're not going to be able to, right? We have there's several companies here in America. There's a couple companies in Minnesota. We have Malco, and we have what's the other company in Minnesota? They do they make the battery terminal deals, and God, my brain fart. I can't think.
Drill bits in Minnesota,
There's drill bits in Minnesota. There's a couple
many companies do that.
Yeah. Irwin has places in Massachusetts that make taps and dies. Snap-on has 9 factories, which obviously they're not going to make stuff for outside that I know of. I mean, maybe they will. I don't know. But we have the DeWalt factory in North Carolina. We have there's plenty of places that do make tools, but U.S. manufacturers are not easy to deal with as far as getting anything made. So, thus, now the other thing that I see with this manufacturing stuff is that when you want to get something made, you can call Taiwan or China, and they'll get something made for you right away. Now, their QC might be lower. I think that might be one problem, is that their QC is probably not as good. 2, obviously, they're using cheaper labor. And the biggest problem I see with the cheaper labor thing is that, much like the Peterson manufacturing, if we continue this trend, which I'm not changing the world, so I'm just spitballing here, guys. I'm never going to change the world. What's going to happen in the world is going to happen. In order for anything to change, we'll have to go through the R word in order for anything to change. So I'm just spitballing here. So don't take this to heart. But we're going to have to change our mindset. Otherwise, we're going to end up working for minimum wage, and all our products are going to come from overseas, and we're going to rely on third world countries to build stuff for us, in my opinion, in the long run. That's the way I see it. We have to be a more sustainable. That's how this country got built to where we're at now. Not so much the downside now, but I think we've crossed over the hump. Throughout history, as I'm not a history buff or anything, but throughout history, every 175 years, the big R word comes up to play with a lot of country. And we're at that mark in 2025. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. Obviously, things have happened throughout our lifetime. I don't want to think too much into this, but you guys understand that it's not just now. Back in the 50s, 30s, we go through humps where we go through downfalls in history of stuff. Tools are not the end of the world. Obviously, it's a bigger picture and a lot of things. But as far as tools go, do we need to continue buying stuff from Taiwan? What would be your guys' solution in order to make this Peterson company or companies like this sustain manufacturing in the United States?
Less of a profit. Like I mentioned, Nick talked about it in his fireside chat, where he'd rather take a smaller profit and sell you a tool than take a larger profit. And if companies would just stop focusing on greed, and they would sell more product.
Yeah, and then part of it too is stop letting the accountants run everything.
Yeah, being honest.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, obviously, like that whole debacle with the Milwaukee impact. It's like that sounds like something a accountant came up with. Like, hey, make it cheaper.
Yeah.
It's like whenever accountants get involved, it's like everything just starts going to shit. And it's like the same thing in our industry. We used to have copper coils that never leaked, but then they started making the copper thinner. And then they went to aluminum coils, which you guys have used in your industry for a while for radiators and stuff.
Yep.
Microchannel coil is the same thing, but it's a little different when you have a water leak as opposed to a refrigerant leak.
That's good. That's good. That's good. Or good thing to bring up there, man. I'm telling you what, I'm impressed with you, Sergio. You are a smart man. I appreciate your sentiments that you bring to this chat because of that.
Thanks.
I do. I mean, I really do. I was impressed on Tuesday when I got to talk to you. It's a little different when you talk to somebody in the chat, but
right.
Once you get to have them on person, it's nice to listen to an HVAC tech talk about his industry or talk about other people in industry. Because as tradesmen, we need to stop. And this goes back to Turbo Taitai's comment on this country. This country belongs to blue collar people. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't believe that, we need to stop. We need to stop worrying about this company's better or this company's better or this company's better. We need to start worrying about, and it goes back to price once again. Like Turbo Taitai said, we need to come to an agreement where price is affordable, that we can do our jobs. And you know what? At the end of the day, and I don't want to get on a rant because you guys know I love the rant. But at the end of the day, we make this world continue to run. Okay? Whether you're a mechanic, you're an electrician, you're an HVAC guy. And I'm not saying that we deserve to have all the pay, because obviously that's kind of communist. We can't say, hey, you guys pay us and we'll get the tools and we'll do the job. But you can't rip us off. These companies have to stop ripping off the people who are making this world go, because it's coming back to haunt them in reality. I think that's what I see a lot of is that these guys are like, I'm done. I'm tired of this job. I just want to go do something else. My tools are expensive. My job is hard. Everything you do are putting stress on me. And all I want to do is work and be able to have affordable and have a little money in my pocket at the end of the week. So I can go have a steak and a beer, take my kids to a movie, do whatever. They're stressing on American families. And I don't have a family, but I know a lot of people do in the chat, and that's exactly what it is. You're out there working 40, 50 hours a week, and your tool bill is $200 a week, plus you have kids, and you're only bringing home $1,000, $1,200 a week. You're giving away a quarter of your check to tools just so you can make money, and it's BS. It's BS.
We can't even write that stuff off anymore.
Yeah.
You can't
write them off.
Well, you know why they did? That's another thing. That's a good point, Fluffy, that you mentioned that. You can now, well, this is a combat. YouTube, you can up to 5 years. But, so keep that in mind, Fluffy, this year. You write off every damn thing that you bought.
Even before I got monetized?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Anything that had to do with your channel.
Yep. I don't care what.
Cameras, computers, desks, the space in your garage that you use to fucking film, any of that shit.
Run in your house. I don't care. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Well, I got a question, CP. So when it goes to, say I only make $200 on YouTube and I write off $1,000, isn't that a little sketch?
Nope.
Nope.
If you bought $1,000 worth of tools and you only made $200 that month, then you get to write off that $200, and you don't have to pay taxes on it.
Really?
Yeah.
The thing you got to realize about YouTube is if you want to make a small fortune in YouTube, you better start out with a very large fortune.
Yes, exactly. Trust me. Listen, Fluffy, I've got receipts for over $30,000 in tools I bought. Okay, and I don't have YouTube has not shown me that money back in return. So, nor has the government in tax return. So remember that. I didn't start YouTube because I was doing it for a tax write-off. I started YouTube one because I got taken on a Harbor Freight deal. I watched a video where a guy said these Harbor Freight tools were great, and I got them, and they were trash. 2, insurance, because I needed to do insurance for my tools in my garage, and they said make a video, and I said, all right, well, I wanted to keep it uploaded somewhere where I could have it, so I uploaded it to YouTube. So bada bing, bada boom, here we are. Now we're into this beat now. So
keep all that in mind. Definitely.
Yeah. And however anybody wants to interpret that, however they want to think about it, or people don't know me personally, and there's always going to have those 10%ers that speculate. Knox knows, he's been around here long enough. You got those guys that are they're like a boil on your ass. They never go away. They're always going to be people. I got people that don't like me. You're always going to end up with people that don't like you. And you know what? Oh well, that's life. You need haters anyways. Haters help you out because the more they say your name, the more they help you out.
All publicity is good publicity.
Yeah, exactly, and especially on social media anymore. So yeah. I'm not here to. I can't be everybody's friend, but I make my mistakes and I'm kind of mouthy sometimes. It is what it is. Don't take it personal. It is what it is. But enough of that crap. Anyways, long story short, that's just a little talk about YouTube there. So It is what it is.
Well, it started off with the whole tax write-off that we can't write off tools.
No. It's definitely something for you need to know, because it's just I'm just trying to help a guy out. I'm helping another fellow guy out. Once again, anybody in the trade, any trade you do, that's my game plan, is to bring more blue collar guys together, bring awareness of anything I can. I don't care. It's not about me becoming the biggest YouTuber making the most money. It's about me helping a couple guys out. Nothing feels better to me than when I see that comment that says, CP, I love your channel. I appreciate what you do, man. You help me out so much. I've had more of those comments than I've had super chats ever and made money on YouTube, and they will make my day 10 times better right away. It really does. And I can't say it as genuinely as possible. That really makes a difference to me. That's what at the end of the day. Sometimes I get stressed and the Jekyll and Hyde comes out on me, and I get a little bit nasty. I've had a couple trolls this week, and I let them rip. I let it rip on them. But it is what it is. I'm not going to sit there and take a beating all the time. Yeah. So, Ty, you got anything to add to nothing?
It just comes down to white collar. White collar is ruining this country. I mean, we're the ones that keep it running, but they're in it just for themselves, and that's the way it's going. And
absolutely. Believe
me, I deal with that a lot.
Anybody disagree with that?
Yeah, I mean, we're dealing with it right now at work. I mean, I'm in transit, so public transit's getting a lot of funding right now with the current office, and we're not seeing any of it. We're getting paid the same wages we got 5 years ago.
God.
But jeez, we're expected to keep the fleet running. These buses are running almost 24 hours a day, and they expect us to be there to maintain them, but we're not getting any of the pie.
You know how much stuff's gone up?
What was that?
You have all electric buses?
No, we're running all complete natural gas right now. And then next year or a year later, we're going to get hydrogen.
Wow. Oh, you're going hydrogen. Wow.
Yeah,
Once again, the trucking industry coming out with the innovation. That's what a lot of people don't understand about the trucking or the big truck industry is that they're usually the leaders in the innovation stuff. So that's going to be, you're going to have a lot to talk about that. You can definitely have some cool shit to talk about there.
Yeah.
But real quick, Quick Wrench Tool Junkie. Thank you for the $20. Awesome, man. Another great Master Tech, GM Master Tech there. Fellow Master Tech. I'm not a Master ASE Master Tech like Fluffy and Quick Wrench are. I don't have the certifications for that anymore. But
as you know, it doesn't really mean much.
No,
so we were able to pass the test.
You know what though? Here's the thing about I don't want to get onto that topic, but I will say this: it may not seem like much, but it is an achievement. Okay, so never downplay that. Okay, because it is something that most people don't have. So do be proud of that, and I will never knock a guy for that. You got ASC certifications. You did something to get those. You deserve that acknowledgement. I haven't taken them, and I do feel like they are a little bit whimsical. But at the end of the day, I do respect people that have them. Just so you know, never take what I say about them being that way anybody else does as anything short of being something that's respectful. You know what I mean? So,
but, I mean, if it helps you get paid more, I mean, I guess it's worth it. But
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. There is some good in it. There, besides just getting paid, there is some stuff in there that does show that you have some intelligence to what you're doing and understanding. I will say that it's not all terrible. I've read over the test a couple times. It's just not changed a lot. That's the bad part. Is it's pretty repetitious. So they need to update the system a little bit to be more achievable. But that's another whole different topic. So I want to once again though, Turbo Tai is spot on. I think with his comment about white collar. Anybody in the management or in the upper, I will say this, ownership level. There's a lot of bad business owners, a lot of bad company owners, CEOs. There's a lot of people that are very greedy, and not fair. My grandpa, I'm going to tell a little story. My grandpa, we had 2 hired hands on the farm when we worked there. And my grandpa said, I remember him saying one time, he says, yeah, Steve and Randy, they worked like 60 hours this week. I'm going to give them a little extra money. And my grandma, Lila, she says, well, Art, we didn't make anything this week. And my grandpa says, I don't care. They worked hard for me. They deserve to get paid. And my grandpa says, we'll have to go sell a cow if we have to pay for it. And that kind of mentality is gone in this country. That kind of mentality is gone.
It's kind of like something I saw a while ago that says, when did we go from being citizens to taxpayers? And it's kind of the same mentality.
There you go. That's a great comment.
Like how companies have focused on going from focus on the customers to the shareholders.
Well,
or the end user or whatever their product is or whatever they do, to focusing more on making money for the shareholder.
Yep. And I won't say, I want to say that not all business owners are bad, because I know like my buddy over at Superbike Armin, he gives his guy tool allowances for working in the shop, which every shop should be given a tool allowance right now. I see guys offering sign-on bonuses with these stipulations. You have to be here for a year, and then they're going to pay you so much over, which is it's a bullshit deal. That's all it is. It's a runaround to get people to come in and work. Okay. And I had one shop, they said, dude, we'll give you a $10,000 sign-on bonus if you come work for us full time. And so then I'm like, well, how much are we talking? You're going to pay me here? And they're like $25 an hour. I'm like, get lost.
Jeez.
I'm like, I was like, I ain't coming to work for $25 an hour. And then I was like, how's the $10,000 sign-on bonus? Well, you'll have to be here 90 days for your first payment, and then you'll get we'll add it on to each check every week. And I'm like, what kind of joke is that? So basically what they do is they lower the price of what they're going to pay you per hour. And so they're paying you your money that you were owed anyways. And people think they're sneaky. No different. And I'll tell you what, I'm very jaded because I know the inside of the tool industry. So you guys know how I'm pretty mouthy about some stuff sometimes. And that's why, because I know that these dirty bastards are sitting in these meetings, closed door meetings, talking about how they can rip off blue collar people in the back room. You know, like, hey, if we get this from China, we don't tell everybody we switched our brand and loosened up the tolerances and whatnot, we can make 25% more profit on this tool.
Yeah.
And that is 100. If you think that isn't happening, you are freaking crazy.
So I don't want to jump too far ahead, but do you think Snap-on has the intention of purchasing the Eagle Grit plant? Like,
no, that's a good question. So two things I want to address about, because we'll start that conversation. I personally hope, I kind of hope and don't hope they do. I have, the one thing I will say this, I'm going to bring somebody else in this conversation right now. Why wouldn't Harbor Freight buy this company?
It's not enough profit for them.
That's a good one right there, Knox. And if you guys don't understand, Harbor Freight's making 50% profit on all their tools.
At least.
Yeah. Now, if you think Snap-on's making that, I know Mac was making 40 to 45 on a lot of their tools they were buying, because I did the math. Back when I was a dealer, let me just put it to you this way. Sunex. I got an inside buy on direct from Sunex, and I was using Sunex on my truck, buying Sunex, because back when I was a dealer, I didn't have that tier of a lower cost socket for people. So I had an inside buy on buying Sunex sockets, and I found out that I could buy a master set of 3/8 sockets. Back then, I think they were selling for $150 or $100, right around there. We're talking early 2000s. And so Mac was wanting to sell them third party to us, and they were wanting to. Then they told us, well, MSRP on them's got to be like 180. Okay, so I knew that they were making 40% just for touching them. And to me, that always bothered me. You buy the tool, warehouse it, ship it to us, and make 40%. While it's set on my truck, I have to sell the tool, collect the money, no interest, and make 35%.
Yeah.
And that's what always bugged me about that type of business. When you are on the low end, like it's a ladder. You know what I mean? It's a ladder from blue collar to the person you buy it from, to the company, blah blah blah. The guys at the top are the ones making all the money.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
I was talking to the Snap-on guy, and he was saying, he's like, he pays, his markup from what he pays is 30% on most items, So he's like, but obviously this is Southern California, so obviously that 30% doesn't go as far as, say, in Iowa or another place in like the Midwest.
Good. Yeah, that's actually good.
So it's like, all right, well, he makes 30%. So if he sells this item for $100, he paid whatever, 70 or whatever, but it's like, okay, he pays 70. Obviously Snap-on pays, if they don't make it themselves, they pay a certain amount, and it's like, I don't know. I forgot where I was going with this, but I lost my train of thought for a second. But that's kind of like shit, man. I had it. It was all in my head, and then it just.
No, it's understandable.
They could be paying $20 for a tool,
right?
And by the time it's sold to us, the consumer, we're paying $100 for it,
right?
Right.
That's
everybody along the, like you're saying, everybody along the line has to get their cut.
Yep.
Everybody's hands in the cookie jar. Yeah. That's what it is. Everybody's getting their hands in the cookie jar. That's the problem with everything right now. I mean, I've seen it with lawn care guys. I've seen lawn care guys sublet other lawn care guys to do a job. Yeah. Okay, so if you're a business guy and then you have you hire another company to mow a lawn and you're still taking a cut of it, why are you getting profit from that? Why are you getting anything from that? You're screwing the customer.
Well, that happens a lot in the residential HVAC. Is like these companies, they're basically just marketing companies, and then they're contracted. They have a bunch of, like, installers contracted for that to them, and they'll sell a job like an install, and some guys will show up that, you know, they're not even wearing a company shirt that says that company on it, and they just go install your AC. So you're paying this company, you know, it's usually some like Green Homes or some BS like that, and then they just call some, you know,
contractor.
For some reason, it seems to be a bunch of Russians for some reason, but around here. But you know, it's like they contact them, they come in like a pickup truck, install your unit, and you know they get, you know, maybe half of it.
Where are you from, Sergio?
San Diego.
Oh, okay.
But back to Turbo Tai's comment about Snap-on buying. I don't know if they will or they should. They should, but do we want them to? That's the other thing. Yes.
Well,
You know, Malco's selling to the public, and I think here's another big thing too about tools nowadays. Tool truck is obviously not. It's good for getting good tools out because mechanics are very picky overall about their tools. Obviously, that's why we have tool channels. But at the end of the day, is it good for business for the general public? Because that's where most of your money is going to be spent. I mean, what's a good price point for selling for these? What would be a fair price point to sell these pliers to the general, to everybody?
I think maybe $40-$50 would be.
Well, that's what they are. That's what they are. That's what they are now. If you buy a Malco set, I think JD Picos are right down there. Somebody can let me know, but I'm pretty sure I think that's what I paid for these. It was right around $40 or $50. So Snap-on buys these, we're never going to see these for $40 or $50 ever again. And just like the comment Doc said earlier, this will be the last high quality in vice grip you ever see, probably, if this continues up. So if Snap-on buys them, you won't be able to get these to the general public.
So here, let me put this out to you. What if Snap-on buys Malco's company, Malco's factory in DeWitt? They open the doors back up. They nickel plate the Snap-on ones, sell them for $75 on the truck, $90 on the truck, whatever the hell they've been selling them for. You know, let them take the hit on the big money shit. Nickel plate those. Go back to the old style where they weren't exactly nickel plated. They just did the fucking job, slap blue point on that son of a bitch, and sell them for $30 in Lowe's next to all that cheap Chinese shit for $10-15.
That's not a bad idea.
I mean,
the problem
or Home
is,
Depot, yeah, but yeah.
The only problem is with that nonsense is franchise agreement. The one thing Snap-on has is franchise agreements says that Snap-on will not sell in a local retail store. They do sell online, but they will not sell to a local retail store.
Yeah, then they can't.
They're unavailable.
Yeah,
they're already sold out. Malco's are.
Hey guys, I gotta go. I gotta go put my kid to bed. So if you guys are still on, when I get back, I'll jump back on. But it was great.
Appreciate you coming by.
Yeah, look,
hey guys.
Malco's are offline at. Well, I'll tell you this much. I know that Nick told me he's got a bunch of orders coming in. So be ready. Go to JD Pico right now.
Yeah, Nick has them on the app right now. $57 for the 10-inch.
Oh, perfect. So yeah, so it's a little bit higher than the $40 or $50 mark. I would say, I think you could sell these nickel ones all day long for $45, and you're getting a hell of a deal.
Yeah.
If you could make them that price point, I think that would be a pretty fair price point. But I guarantee you that Nick will be out of Malco pliers after this stream. Promise you that.
Well, so that's the other thing. If Snap-on owns the plant, maybe they come up with a different name other than Blue Point to sell them under in the big box stores. Make it something where they can't sell them on the truck.
Right.
Something for just everyday guys. I mean,
Snap-on. I think Snap-on has. I think the future of Snap-on and tool trucks in general is they're going to have to get out to the general public. Yeah. I mean, 10% of my comments, 10 to 15% of my comments are like, I don't have this dealer, I don't have that dealer. And since YouTube and social media has blown up with this tool stuff a little bit, that is a big problem. I mean, for instance, Fluffy if he doesn't want to buy it from his dealer, why shouldn't he be able to go buy it from a place where he chooses? Yeah, right. The future of tool trucks is in jeopardy. I do believe, in my opinion. And I think you've maybe said this before, Turbo Tai. You feel like they're declining. I think their days are numbered. I don't know how long, but the sad truth reality of it is that you're getting beat up. Milwaukee's coming out with tools, and you know that I will say this: I get tired of all the sticker companies. Milwaukee's a sticker company. Vim and Capri, Tekton's doing some. Everybody's rebranding from the same manufacturer, Taiwan, China, wherever, and you're getting the same tool. I mean, you're just buying a different name, and people say, and people always come in and they're always like, "Well, this one's better," and I'm like, "Well, it's the same thing." I mean, for instance, you guys watch the Torque Test channel's video this morning?
I didn't watch it yet.
Mm-mm.
Okay, well, he did the wrench video, and he showed, which most of us have known this, Icon, Milwaukee, and Carlisle wrenches are all made by Infar. Same factory, same design, pretty much. And they did perform a little bit differently, but not really that much. And, is it a great tool? No, it mars up the fastener, which I'm sure a bunch of people are going to buy Icon wrenches and think that they're getting a great deal. But then when I come in to work on the car and the fastener looks like a beaver tooth on it, now we need to get bolt biters in, because we got to remove every fastener with a bolt biter.
Or lucky for you, you have some Malco fucking Eagle grips, and if you can get a swing on it,
yeah, there you go.
You can finally take care of that Icon beavered up fucking nut.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
We had gotten a flyer from Matt that has like all these not third party, but other brands that they can get that ain't Mac, that ain't Expert.
Right.
If one of the tool trucks does something like that, I mean, Mac, they can pick it up.
Snap-on has a supplemental catalog, and they're actually the cheapest, believe it or not.
My Mac guy calls his supplemental catalog the Matco catalog.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's messed up.
Well, I mean, there is a bit of truth.
I know. I'm getting beat up.
Yeah, well, Fluffy didn't understand. I don't think he really knew. I don't think to his defense, he knew Matco did as many rebranding as they did you, Fluffy? Until you. So.
Are you a Matco guy, Fluffy?
Oh, sadly.
Well, I mean, you get what you get.
I am too, and that's because he's the only dealer that shows up, and honestly, he's been the most friendly, most reliable dealer I've had, and that's why I support him. But I'll take what I could get,
Yeah, and that's another thing is, once again, we're going back to dealer reliability and how they treat you and whatnot. A lot of time, and I don't know, maybe you have this deal, Turbo Tai, but your Matco dealer probably makes you better deals just because he knows.
Oh, he does.
Yeah. And I'll be honest with you. Let's talk about Matco really quick. Matco dealers are not happy, believe it or not. If you think that Matco dealers are happy about what's going on, they understand that they're charging top tier prices. Matco is bending them over, putting them in a position to where they can't sell stuff because they're not being competitive. And should you be competitive on a tool truck? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You show up every week to a guy's job with your store in tow, I will gladly pay you 15% more for something, but I'm not going to pay you 25, 30% more. That's just the long and short of it. So there is a place, and that's all about just being, smart about what you're doing, your tool purchases. I obviously buy Matco stuff too. I mean, I bought stuff on my Mac, and I do like my Matco dealer a lot. My Matco dealer is one of the nicest guys too. So pretty hard to not buy from him just because I like him.
That's how it is for me with Mac and Matco. So those are my two go-tos, Mac and Matco all day. I've had three different Matco reps or distributors, and this third one, I'm getting along with him just as good as I was getting along with the previous, and then just as good as I was getting along with the first one that I had. The Mac one, he's ran by another guy, which was on the route when I started where I'm at. And he's expanded his tool truck so far out that he's got several guys driving for him. And it just seems like Mac and Matco have their guys are just friendly. I don't know. It's weird. I'm getting off to the Snap-on guy, but he's a corporate guy. He actually works for Snap-on. He doesn't own that truck or that route. But I mean, he's a good dude.
Yeah.
I've never gotten on the Snap-on truck as much as I have with him, and I'm looking into, I don't know if you know, into a scanner.
Yep.
Scan tool. So I'm, trying to explore my options and talking to him as much as I could. He knows a lot about these scanners. I'm learning a lot from y'all with, so.
Diagnostic tools are another big hit. That, like, I'd say they're number 3 right now as far as. Let me touch on this real comment. I bought a Klein ball peen from Home Depot, and they sent me a Blue Point. That's interesting. That is very interesting. Thank you, Jack and One, for that addition in there. I was a huge Matco guy till I found out how much they rebrand. Then I was like pissed how much I paid. Yeah, it is definitely. Back to what we're saying about diagnostics. That's probably the number 3 biggest thing I think right now for sales, because I can see them. They're ramping them up. They're ramping them. And there's a lot of rebrands on scan tools. For instance, Launch, Altel, Top-Don. Most of them are all using the same Android type platform. Okay, for I don't know that there's going to be a ton of differences in between them. That's another thing that kind of gets me. But the prices are getting drove down because of that. And I'll tell you what, it's making Snap-on look terrible when you can go buy a brand new scan tool from Altel, Launch, or whatnot that's fully functioning. But you definitely will find issues at some point in your. I hooked up my scan tool to my Subaru, one of my scan tools the other night, and I was absolutely pissed because it would not pull up a fan relay function for it, which Subaru is one of the worst ones, I will tell you. They're like Nissan. You know how I feel about Nissan. Aftermarket scan tools.
I don't have an issue.
No, that's because you got to consult. But aftermarket stuff and aftermarket scan tools and Nissan is a nightmare. It really is. And Subaru is kind of the same way. They don't literally give you very many options for bidirectional control stuff. But granted, I got an older Subaru too, but I couldn't do any fan controls, and I had a code for a fan, bad fan. For it, what the hell is it? A PO4 something code, but it pissed me off because that scan tool wouldn't do anything with it. It kept, and then it wouldn't erase the code neither, so it wouldn't reset. So it's a hard code, which is good, I guess, in some sense. It means that hard codes I like better because that means that there's an actual problem that I can find quicker. Yeah. You know what I mean? It is what it is. So. Just keep that in mind when you're looking at a scan tool. I think they're all pretty similar as far as platform. Or I've noticed that because I have the Top-Don, I have the Launch, I have an Altel. I have all 3 of them. They're all very similar. The more you step up you want to get the best one you can. I will tell you that. It's nice to have the big tablet. So if you're looking to get a big one, I do like the Launch, really nice. Like the Matco one. I'll be honest with you. I'm in love with the Malco one because it does have some few options on it. It is a little pricey because they're getting a little extra money for having that name on it, but it's pretty sweet.
Talking about the MaxiFlex or something like that.
I had that one. I had that one for a couple months I was using, and I gotta say the topographical on it was nice. Everything I liked about it. And then I see Jimmy talking about the Phoenix Top-Don. 2 years free updates. Launch is 2 years free updates too, Jimmy, with Launch, and Altel's going back to it now. They had a 1 year, but I think they're going back to 2 year now too. So, yeah.
What do you think about 3600 for a Triton D10?
That's not bad.
It's not bad.
No, it's a good scan tool. I don't like the fact that it's corded. That's my problem.
Yeah.
For 3600, I can get a VCI tablet from another manufacturer, but the speed of the D10, we're talking NHRA top fuel right there, bud.
That's the one I'm looking at.
Yeah,
and he wants to give me on the Zeus 6K or 5600, something like that, somewhere around there.
Let me just spitball this to you real quick, Fluffy. Can you afford the update for the D10 every year?
Every year, yeah.
$700 a year.
Yeah.
All right, because that's a big factor for me is I don't want to pay the $700 a year.
So on the launch, Launch has
got 2 years updates free.
And then what about after that?
They're actually pretty cheap. I think I don't know if you guys have any of these, but I think the launch is $700 for another 2 years or something like that.
Oh shit.
I haven't had
That's up front, right?
Yeah, they're not even in the ballpark of Snap-on. They're dirt cheap compared to Snap-On.
I think the update that he was talking about is like $24 a week. You pay it throughout the year.
Oh, for the
The
Snap-on?
update plan? Yeah. So it's
Makes
not
it a little
bad.
bit more
You
affordable,
get two updates a year.
but you lose everything when you don't pay for it. I understand. I do understand that Snap-on's paying for actual data from the manufacturer. Okay.
Mhm.
And so, you know, I mean, there's definite complications in how I feel about this. I'm very conflicted. And I think Turbo Taita is probably he's probably like, dude, I would never buy the Snap-on. It's too expensive. The price is very expensive. But at the same retrospect, they're actually buying information from the manufacturer. The problem is the manufacturer's screwing Snap-on too. So at the end of the day, they're screwing each other, but guess who ends up ultimately getting screwed? Once again, this comes back to consumer. And that's the problem with this right to repair stuff and whatnot, which I know Nas is familiar with and all you guys are. This is where it comes down to it at the end of the day is why do we have to continue to pay for shit that should be available for us? You know, this stuff should be available. They're holding this information back. So this is what's driving the price up of the Snap-on. They have the repair information for Snap-on is really nice. A lot of good diagnosticians use Snap-ons and they enjoy them. And I hear a lot of good things about them. And they don't even bat an eye about spending the money. But it is a little ridiculous. Guys that are, we'll call ourselves middle of the road technicians that are doing our thing to make money. I don't want to disregard anybody. If you're higher level, that's fine. I'm going to call myself middle of the road guy. That's all there is to it. So, your guys' thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, I hate it whenever you go to Snap-on and Snap-on's getting fucked over by Nissan or Ford or somebody else. It's like going through the drive-thru at fucking McDonald's and the goddamn ice cream machine's down.
Yeah.
You know, the ice cream machine guy just fucking McDonald's, and in the end, we're the ones that get fucked because there's no fucking McFlurry.
Yep, I agree.
That's the same thing that they're doing with the scanners.
What's funny is even though
it's proprietary.
So even though we're a dealer, right? We get to wear the brand name.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't mean we are actually working for them. We have to pay the manufacturer so much money a year to be able to use their software.
That's the repair
per computer, per key ID, right? So we have to pay the manufacturer so much money a year to be able to keep updating and all that stuff. So
you can see the challenges in this repair business right now, why people are leaving. I mean, Quick Wrench, he's a long-time ASE's master certification or master certified technician. Are you GM or are you Ford, or did I spoke for you for that, Quick Wrench?
I don't work for any of the manufacturers.
Oh, okay. You work for independent shop. Okay. I apologize. I don't know why I get that wrong every time.
Still, in Michigan, you have to have a certification, legally speaking, in every category of repair to be legal. I know many states don't have that, but
yeah, in your state,
you don't have to have ASE, but if you have ASE, you automatically get your Michigan state cert by sending the bitches $20.
Okay,
so it's not a tax on you.
Yeah,
that's interesting. Yeah, I guess.
At the end of the day, I don't give a shit if you're ASE certified or not. It's still a piece of paper. Some say it tests your knowledge, tests your skills. I say some of the tests are quite tricky.
Test your English. That's what it does. It tests your fucking English. Some of them goddamn questions.
The tests are questionable. So
yeah,
there's some things that
you could be a dumb fuck. I mean, not dumb. I shouldn't say dumb. You could be the guy that can't fix a goddamn thing, but pass the damn test.
Yes.
But go on a car, you can't do a damn thing.
Right.
So I mean, it is what it is when it comes to AFC testing, but
Yeah, there's some questions on there that you're like, what's it asking me? Like it'll cost something totally like I work for a manufacturer, so I know one way, right? It'll ask me something about something else and call it a totally different name that I've never even heard of, not even through tech school. Like, so
I hate when they use the same question, they just reword it differently.
they'll flip it.
They put the fucking accept at the very end. It's the same fucking question. It's just you got to pick the one that's fucking wrong.
Yeah, and if you get it wrong, you look like a dumbass. You know, it's like I should have known that.
Or
the nice thing about those,
now AFC does all their testing through what the new electronic company. What's it called?
Prometric or something.
Yeah,
Prometric online. That's the last one I looked at.
Like pat my balls down before I freaking go in there.
Yeah,
it's like seriously, you think I have freaking all these fucking books on me and shit that like do all these tests?
And now we don't even have to do it on. Well, if you're already certified, you ain't even got to go to the test site no more. There's an app where we can answer one question a month and keep certification. We have to pass 8 questions out of the year per ASC.
I haven't paid no attention to that.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have to recertify. I don't think until 2025. So.
Well, every year that you collect your 8 points, it pushes your expiration date a whole year.
I'll check in that. Thank you for telling me that.
Yeah, let me see.
I watch all the time, Fluffy. By the way, I don't.
Hey, I just wanted to let you guys know we found common ground tonight. We're having a breakthrough because guess what? Even cheap ice cream is good. you could
sprinkle. It's about the only thing cheap that's good.
You can sprinkle Dookie on the ice cream, and I'll still eat it. Because even cheap ice cream's good. So we're getting somewhere, guys. We're getting somewhere, bringing this community tighter together on stuff.
No, I'm liking the look. I'm liking the look, man.
That's been around for years.
I know. I've seen those videos.
But yeah, Quick Wrench. It's called a ASC Renewal app. I don't know if you're on Android or iPhone, but it should be there. ASC Renewal. It's like $55 a year, I think.
Well, my company pays for me to test.
Yeah. So my company, they pay every time I get a receipt. I just hand them the receipt, and they'll reimburse me.
My company also pays me $200 for every one I pass, even if it's a recert. And I'm like, how many years you guys are going to keep paying me $200 every 5 years when I got to recertify?
Well, then go take it. If they're gonna do that,
keep going the way I'm going.
Yeah.
That goes back to where things should be, though. This industry is so sideways on a lot of stuff, though. I mean, like, look at how much money they're beating everybody up every which way. I can't say it's honestly getting too ridiculous, but I mean, where are we going to be at? If people stop repairing their cars, where are we going to be at? I mean, nobody's going to be able to pay their tool bill.
Hey, do any of you work at dealerships?
No. Yeah, Fluffy does.
Which dealer do you work for?
Nissan.
Do they supply specialty tools?
Yes.
See, that's where in the aftermarket where I have to work on all brands out there. I kind of like try to stay away from the Europeans, like the BMWs and Mercedes and all that.
Yeah.
Because I get the customer that, I bought this car real cheap. I got a great deal on this BMW. It got 86,000 miles on it. It was a $120,000 car, and I got it for $18,000. I'm like, yeah, because it needs fucking $8,000 of the work.
Yeah.
I try to shy away from that bullshit, but
is that what you got?
When you got to work on all lines of vehicles, it becomes hard as an independent repair shop to afford all the tools. I think the repair shop, I agree with CP. The repair shop has to get more involved in buying specialty tools.
Well, it's even for a guy, it's really hard for a guy like myself to stay relevant. The only reason I buy so many tools is because I got no support. If I ain't got it, I can't reach over to my buddy and say, hey, or ask the boss for it. I'm kind of
in my shop. I don't know if you saw a comment on there. All my younger guys around me, they don't even get a tool truck. The only reason tool trucks stop at my shop is because of me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was the way it was at my last shop. The only
That
reason
only
I stopped
stopped there because of me.
So what are you guys using?
What do you mean?
Cornwell, Mac.
I have Malco, which he's a newer dealer. He's been around for like 3 years.
Mhm.
And I have my Mac dealer and my Snap-on dealer. I've done like 25 plus years.
What are your younger guys using though?
Whatever they
Going to
can.
Harbor Freight.
Milwaukee, they're freaking buying Harbor Freight. They're breaking shit all the time, rounding shit off all the time.
Yeah.
Well, I got a guy that transferred from. Well, he lived in the South and he moved up. He lived in South Carolina. He moved up to Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
He's finding out real quick that all his Harbor Freight shit's not working here in Michigan with our rusty shit. And
Yeah, y'all can keep all that.
yeah, he's having a real hell of a time. But they keep coming to me about it too. And I'm like, dude, this like, I used to have a 3-rule thing, 3-time rule.
Yeah.
Dude, this like 10 times you come ask me for help on shit. You got to buy higher quality tools if you're going to work in Michigan. You know what he says? I think maybe I'll just find a different industry to work in Michigan. I don't know if I want to deal with these rusty cars.
I make a lot of videos about rusty cars that I see here in the South, and all I get, I do it on purpose because it pisses people off. They're like, "That's not rust. That's not rust." I know it's not rust. It's rusty for me.
Yeah. SCP. What happens is you take an air hammer and you hit something on a frame or something on a 2003 Chevy Silverado.
Oh, you're getting snowed on.
The rust gods rain upon you.
You might freaking clog your drain when you go home and take a shower.
Oh yeah, we got Sergio back.
I mean,
sorry.
The rust just
Got to go be a dad
rains.
sometimes.
The rust just rains.
Cool.
The other day I was messing with I was replacing some dust plates on a car. Rusted for me. The knuckles were flaky as hell. And I'm hitting it, I'm just getting showered. I'm like, oh my God. And then we didn't have no air in the shop because it was I work after hours. I stay after hours and get work done. I'm like, damn, I'm trying to brush myself off, and yeah, I couldn't do it up north. There's no way. I hate busting out.
I'm sure CP's like me. I'm sure he stuck the fucking blowgun to his head more than once. Blow all that shit out of you.
Dude, I've had rust in my eye so many times. My you
probably got stains in your eyes like I do.
Yeah. My optometrist is like, you gotta wear safety glasses, and I'm like, no. Of course, me being fat, I sweat a lot, and they just fog up. So it's never been a thing for me. I just can't do it. But I got so much rust. I got
CP. I don't think your size has anything to do with the safety glasses fogging up on you.
You know what?
I'm 180 freaking pounds, 6 foot tall, and they fog up on me.
I hate that shit.
What good? You got to wear goggles, not safety glasses. You got to wear like goggles.
The ones that I found that
You're
never
sitting there
fogged
and you're
up.
working upside down, all shit falls here, and you go here like this one time, you go back up one time, and all shit falls right back in your eyes.
Yeah. What'd you say, Sergio?
I said the only ones I ever found that never fogged up were like the Milwaukee ones that they sell that say like anti-fog. Yeah. Those, yeah. Because I used to buy the sunglasses ones all the times, and they would never fog up for me.
The rubber.
Yeah.
Nice.
I tried using that freaking Rain-X Never Fog on my safety glasses. That shit didn't work either.
Or what's the other one? Cat crap. The other one that skiers use. That shit doesn't work either.
Shit, it's so humid here. Good luck.
I got a quick I want to switch gears here and let me know if you guys are down with this. Anybody want to talk about Sema?
Sure.
And the thing
Harbor Freight box.
The Harbor Freight box.
Is that what you bring up? That new Harbor Freight box?
The Milwaukee versus Snap-on ratchet that was a high-speed ratchet versus competition. That's not a huge one, but the big things I seen was some of the I seen some crappy tools that were posted, and Lyle came out with all their stuff, which you guys already seen if you watch my videos. That's pretty much, they brought in all those. Oh my God, Cummins Tech. There he is right there. I haven't seen this guy forever. What's up? How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Haven't seen you for a while.
I want to know one thing. Everybody's worried about the high-speed ratchet. Does that extra 100 RPMs really make a difference throughout your day? I've been a flat rate tech for 28 years. I don't think it's going to make or break my day if it goes 100 RPMs faster.
Is that like 5 seconds extra?
The paddle switch is ancient. I love the button. DeWalt came out with a new one, cordless with a button. I don't like the paddle switch. Milwaukee can make their shit go as fast as possible. I don't give a damn. I don't like the paddle. I just don't like the paddle.
I have one of the ratchets, the cordless ratchets, and I've used it a couple times on jobs because like it's easier than like trying to thread a bolt with, you know, my hand, or I'm, you know, in a weird position or whatever. I will say like grabbing just the very bottom of that paddle has helped because I couldn't get my hand any further in or something, but I can see why people don't like it. Especially like in an engine bay or something where you got stuff where it gets hung up on. Yeah.
The paddle gets hung up on all kinds of shit.
Yeah.
I remember back in the day, the air tool one. In fact, I still got scars on it. I don't know if you guys can see, but I've got my hand ripped right through the center of it from an air ratchet, getting trapped in between a stud on a, I believe it was an alternator on a 3-1. I was doing a water pump and I was doing something else, had the motor mount out, and the motor dropped, and then the ratchet came, and I got it pinched between. The bolt went into my hand right here. There's a dimple right there. And then I couldn't get my hand out, so I just started pulling on it and just sliced her wide open. And then my hand was trapped because the paddle on the air ratchet pushed my hand into it, and I had no way to get it out. I mean, there wasn't really nothing I could do. I could have screamed and had somebody jack up the engine, but I was not going to sit there and wait till this bolt basically went through my hand by then.
I've had to reach with my other hand and take the damn air hose off.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was.
Oh, because it like pushes back out.
Yeah, that's what I did. I'd already done that, but once the ratchet was locked, I couldn't get it back. You know, because it was stuck in it ratcheted forward, and I couldn't get it back to where I needed to get out of it, and it was blocked in there. I was stuck in the engine. Is what it all comes down to. I've had my hand cut shut in a hood before too. Guy come over, and I was sitting there on the side of the car, and he just reached up and slammed the hood on my hands.
Wow.
One Penny Club members can enjoy the stream, but not participate in the chat.
Yeah, that's for the. You know what a penny is, right? A penny is two-faced and worthless.
Oh,
that's something we gotta have a little conversation about.
So, yeah,
I was wondering what that was.
That's something CP. It's something we have to have a conversation about.
Yeah.
There's a few things that are confusing me, and I'm getting some backlash on some shit.
That's fine.
I'll leave it at that. Let's go back to Sema.
Yeah. So then Sema. So Vim did. I seen a couple things from Vim. But the Harbor Freight Toolbox, I've heard people commented in my video or commented a little bit. I haven't really seen it. First one thing I heard was they come out with a new color as if God literally released slate gray. What's that?
Oh, I saw a comment. Let's not talk about hand injuries. So I was showing my fingers.
Oh,
yeah.
I got
What'd you do to your finger?
Got hit with a freaking coil spring.
Ooh, I don't even know where my camera is.
That's not how a pinky's supposed to look, fellas.
Nope.
It's supposed to be flush with your ring finger, not taking a right turn on you.
Oh, that last knuckle really took a beating on mine.
You want to pause the live stream real quick? Do you know your penis is fucking as long from right there where your finger can touch? The tip of your fucking middle finger? That's what they say.
That's why mine's so short. Yeah. So the slate. So I heard a couple guys talk. So anybody seen the Harbor Freight Toolbox?
I watched the videos on it. Yeah.
The Gen 3. Yep.
Gen 3.
It looks like all the other toolboxes.
Well, it's only 22 inches deep, is what I found some specs on it online. Which I did like the fact they added in a second drawer, and the lockers look like they're nicer. Price point on it. I didn't see a price on it. Anybody know the price? Because I don't know much about it.
Cool Trucking said that whole wall was $16,000.
For what?
That was for the icon.
For the whole wall.
That was for the icon.
Oh, no.
Was it the icon?
Yeah.
Anybody know what the Gen 3 Harbor Freight Toolbox is going to be going for? Anybody in the chat?
I must have I could have sworn he said.
They released a product and they didn't give us.
Gen 3 toolbox would have been a decent
Well,
size starter box if it was at least 25 inches deep. That's the problem. The depth. Let's see, the depth makes a hell of a difference.
Yeah, dude, that 22 inches. I don't know anybody.
30-inch depth or 29 and a half, whatever I got.
What Ty? You got a Husky, and what else do you have?
I have a Master Series.
No.
At work, I got a Snap-on and a Matco cart.
Okay, but you got a Husky at home, so that's a 22-inch deep box there, right?
Yeah.
Do you notice the difference in the depth? Does it bother you a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay, so for a professional tech, a home box, the US General 3, probably a good enough deal. Pretty nice setup.
That's what I've been looking at because I've never had a toolbox, so I mean,
yeah. So I don't want to disregard anybody saying like, I'll rag on anything from Harbor Freight. I'm good at doing that, but at the end of the day, for a home box, is it worth it though? As far as the price, I think that's the one thing. You're getting a China toolbox.
Harbor Freight boxes are good. They're a good buy for the money.
Yeah, for at home and whatnot. But is it better than their old ones? It looked like to me it was. I will say that. It looked like to me it was definitely an upgrade. Now, do you need that big of a toolbox at home? Because it did look very entry-level tech box to me.
They look nice. I'll be honest.
Yeah, for the pictures and what? I mean, I could see a guy, if you were starting off and you wanted a cheap toolbox, I could see it being something decent to use. Because I started off with a Waterloo Craftsman, which is 22 inches deep, and then a Waterloo, which was 41 inches wide, 21 or 22 inches. And that would be a nice toolbox. Do you need that much tool? The hutch and 2 side lockers, man, that's a lot of toolbox for a guy that's just starting off.
Waterloo boxes all along.
Well, I don't know if you know this or not, CP, but Harbor Freight sells professional level tools for every technician out there. So those aren't home boxes; those are professional automotive technician boxes.
Hold on. I've been told that if Harbor Freight finds out you're using their Pittsburgh stuff for commercial use, they won't warranty it.
Are you serious?
That's what I heard.
Oh,
because I tried warranting
in the Harbor Freight, so I can't tell you anything. I got kicked out.
I tried warranting out
Harbor Freight's right next to my building.
Those guys know me.
Like across the street, and I'm at Harbor Freight.
They asked me
going there is if I need some heat shrink or some shit.
They said,
I buy like all those little consumables and stuff. I buy a lot of that stuff there.
The marine shit.
Yeah.
The heat shrink with the goo in it. The marine.
Sorry,
stuff.
Fluffy.
Yeah,
I
that's great
just
stuff.
keep talking over you.
You're good.
I get 6 people on the chat. It happens.
Yeah, it's definitely hard.
I don't buy anything consumable from them anymore neither. I'm sorry. I bought some consumable stuff from them, and I found that the 3M stuff I liked better. But I like Knox just said, the marine grade stuff. I was using marine grade heat shrink from Harbor Freight, and it wasn't lasting because of the cold weather. I don't know if you've experienced that, Knox, but I had a trailer.
I haven't run into it yet, but
you having water get into it, CP?
What's that?
The marine grade heat shrink from Harbor Freight. You're having a problem with water getting into it?
No, I had troubles with it drying up.
Drying up?
Yeah, it wasn't.
It's like there's zip ties only hold on for.
Their zip ties.
Their zip ties snap like this.
Yeah, in the cold weather, they're garbage. Ben Farms got it right in the way too. So that's the problem I had. Now I'm not trying to knock on anybody that's using it. I'm just telling you my experience. Okay, so don't take it personal. And obviously, in your warmer climate, you probably get away from it. And Knox is in warmer climate than I am, but I had a trailer that I redid last year, or the winter before, and I had to redo a light on it. And when I went to go pull it out, the wire was broken inside of it, and the heat shrink was crumbling. Only a year old from after going through the winter, and I was like, "Wow, this is supposed to be marine grade stuff. You'd think it would last." And so I've actually found like the Rolox disc and some of the stuff that I've been using. I was going through it, so I did a little test, and I did my 3M Rolox and some Harbor Freight ones that I had, and I was using the Harbor Freight Rolox twice as much as one 3M.
Yeah, that's true.
So the price, then I found out that I actually was saving money buying the 3M and using them. And obviously, I mean, doing a comparison video would probably be more than my word, but yeah, I hope you guys understand that I don't make this shit up.
No,
I don't come there with this stuff.
I buy you on that.
Yeah.
3M is a very good company.
Yep.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
they make a lot of good stuff.
a lot of people told me, buy consumable. Well, like for instance, the bolts. I bought some of the bolts and the hair and the cotter pins. Okay, and I sheared some cotter pins from. Found out that the steel wasn't hardened enough because it was a cheaper grade, and then the bolts are only a grade 5. So some of the stuff that I was using those on, I had some issues with. Just simple things like that, and I was overlooking that because I was like, oh, they're cheap and convenient. Okay, and I was doing like a lot of people, like, hey, I use this stuff. I'm not saying anybody has to stop using it or once again, but I'm just saying I definitely started looking at what I was using them for, and then started paying attention to some stuff, and then I noticed that there was some. Is it going to be good enough for somebody? Yeah, I'm not saying it's the worst in the world. I mean, I've definitely seen worse. You can buy worse shit. Let me put it that way. You guys know you bought electrical tape or maybe some heat shrink that's, basically like PVC pipe. I mean, I will say that it's not the worst stuff out there.
I only buy Super 33.
Yeah, there you go.
I've gotten some electrical tape that doesn't even want to stick to itself.
Yeah.
Well, Dude with Wrenches sent me some Super 33. Shout out. He was in there in the chat. And I had never used it as much before because I was just buying some regular 3M stuff, I think. The problem is Iowa has 3 manufacturers of 3M stuff here. So I will say it's pretty convenient for me. Not only that, I have a buddy that works in the 3M plant, and he sent me a bunch of stuff. And he's like, dude, this stuff's, good stuff. And once I get hooked on something that I like, it's really hard to get me off of it. You know what I mean? I don't like to piss around with stuff. You know what I mean? That's just the way I am.
That's why I get on something I like, I stick with it.
Yeah. I mean, I think that I'm a creature of habit in that retrospect. What do you got? Oh yeah, those are what's that, a 3M?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, those are good.
I got the green and yellow ones of those.
What is that? Like a brush?
Yeah, soft bristle.
Oh, okay.
Those are nice for cleaning off. I can use those for cleaning off gasket surfaces a little bit so that you don't take off aluminum. Where a roll-off disc will take off material off an aluminum head. You can use some of those and get away with it where it doesn't eat up.
Do those just go on like a die grinder? Or?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I might have to look into those because
put a nice finish on it too.
Don't go too fast with them.
Because we got to take off gaskets off of flange pipe and shit. So sometimes you got to grind them off.
Yeah, the guys used to use them all the time back. Do you still use those? You use those? Okay.
Those things are great. Just you can't go too fast.
Or else what? It'll ruin the brush or.
Yeah, it's got Scotch-Brite pads there too. That's what I use most of the time.
Yeah.
Unless it's aluminum.
Yep. I still use lacquer thinner too when I clean surfaces. I've seen a lot of guys. I've been in a lot of shops where that definitely gets skipped over a lot anymore. I also sometimes will actually take a big block and do some light sanding on it, just to clean up some imperfections. But I'm more thorough than most guys, but I'm also not in any hurry. I haven't been in a hurry for a while when it comes to doing something on a car. When I do it, I don't get paid flat rate, so I do it at my pace. They ask me how long it's going to take me to do something. I say, well, when I'm done, you'll know. I don't care about time.
Well, I'm flat rate, and I say the same damn thing. I'll say, how are you, a salesperson, going to tell me that I promised this car for this time?
Yep.
You're not fucking working on it. I am.
I
tell you.
I run into that shit all the time.
Even though I might know it takes 5 hours, I get done in 3. I don't know that. I live in Michigan. I might go in there all of a sudden. Fuck them.
Oh, dude. There ain't no doubt about it. I runs into that stuff a little bit too, though.
Oh yeah.
Are you back working in a shop or a different shop now, or?
Nope, I do it all here.
Oh, you're working at home now? Nice. Hell yeah, dude. That's awesome, dude. Congratulations.
Waiting to get the money together to actually get a shop and move into a shop. That's the plan there.
This was not the year to do it. I can tell you that much. I mean, so I got flack given to me because I pulled the plug on doing my thing, But I'll be honest with you, I'm not disappointed in it one bit of making that choice. No matter how much peer pressure there was, it would have been the worst move of my life. I think, and here's we'll go back to this, but I think that's also a contribution to why Malco's closing the doors. Last year was a rough year on anybody that had a business. As far as getting
the last 2 years.
I mean, production wise, I mean, I don't care what you were doing, even getting mechanics to get jobs done and whatnot. I mean, you can only get one guy to do so much.
Yep.
And if you try overworking people and you're not making money and your overhead's this, like if you got a $14,000 a month overhead and you only got 3 guys working where you had 9, you do the math. You know, you're going to struggle. And I know quite a few people around here in shops went from 6 shops to 6 people in shops to 3, and they have the same overhead, and now they had less guys to work, and they couldn't find anybody to replace them.
It's hard to find people. It really is.
Yeah. Well, you can find them, you just can't find them to work.
Well, the problem we ran into, at least with my last company, and kind of the reason I left there was it's not hard to find people. There's guys willing to work. It's just companies aren't willing to pay them more to leave.
Right.
Yeah.
Or enough to make it worth leaving.
Yep.
It's like
we can't find guys to freaking do oil changes and mount tires and
really? Jeez.
The low end work. John
be in this business though.
Offer them $20 an hour hourly with some overtime. These kids out of high school.
Just for changing tires or rotating tires and changing oil. Jeez, that's not bad.
Oh, they say no.
Crazy.
They say
let me ask you this, since we're talking about this. How many of you guys think that this is a good business to get into? I'm sure everybody in the chat, everybody just put yes or no. That's all I want to do is everybody in the chat just put yes or no. You guys answer your questions one at a time. We'll start with Fluffy. Do you think this is a good industry to be in right now, automotive repair?
Right now?
Yes.
Honest
opinion.
If you're pretty knowledgeable about it, yes. If not, no. And especially if you got responsibilities to take care of out of work, as far as families and stuff, no, don't do it. I mean, if you live at home, you're barely starting out, then yeah, go for it.
Well, like I mentioned, Fleet runs all year long. There's never any downtime for me. They wanted me to come into work today for overtime, and I just needed a break, so I didn't go in. But we have overtime available like crazy, and it just hasn't slowed down.
Yeah.
So, and we get a consistent paycheck. We get tool allowance. We get great benefits.
Oh wow!
I think Fleet is the way to go if you're going to get into it.
Sergio, let's say
I'm not an automotive tech, so I have nothing to say about it.
How about just speak to HVAC?
Yeah, because I mean, it depends on what kind of HVAC, because obviously you have residential and you have commercial, industrial kind of stuff. So I've always stayed busy year round, because a lot of our accounts that we work at, they have shit breaking year round, you know? Yeah. So I think so. Like if you're someone who likes to like think a lot, but there's and use your mind to kind of like solve problems and, figure out an entire system, how it works. Yeah, it can be pretty fun and rewarding, but there's times where it's like you're doing maintenance after maintenance for months on end and you're just like over it and you want to like jump off the roof because you're tired of just checking units,
Quick thing. Your thoughts
about getting in the automotive industry? Is a mechanic, a technician?
Yes. Is it a good time to get into being a mechanic? Honest opinion.
Only if you're dedicated. And when I say dedicated, it's a constant learning curve. You gotta. It's not just about your day at work. It's not about some class that probably might be a bullshit class that your company sends you to. It's about researching shit, watching YouTube. You learn a lot off of YouTube. Guys like Scanner Danner, and I can mention many others. But you have to be dedicated, and it can be a good career and quickly become a good paying career. But once you know you have the knowledge, once you know you have the skills, you have the tools, you have to present yourself and say, I'm not accepting anything less than this. You got to pay me this. You don't pay me
Your
this.
worth.
Yeah, you got to show your worth and get your worth.
Respect is earned, not given, and there's a lot of that people don't understand these days.
It's out there. It's out there to be had. I personally think we're in, maybe not right now, but maybe like 2-3 years from now, we're going to be in a really weird period of time as mechanics. Because I think this electric vehicle shit, I think it's going to turn into a failure.
Right.
Say that because right now you got the climate change people saying, we got to get rid of carbon emissions. Okay. Do you know how much earth and soil throughout the world that we're chewing up? It's China. It's chewing up and just destroying third world countries and all that shit, ruining their roadways, everything, and not giving a shit and going home just to get the raw materials to make batteries. Batteries that only work in laptops, power tools, are cordless DeWalt's. You name the brand, don't matter. Cell phones, all that. Now we're going to put this into 3,000-pound battery packs in vehicles. Do you know how much of our Earth's soil we're going to have to tear up? I'm waiting for environmentalists to say, "Whoa, this is bad."
Well, it's all in China, so I guess
that's gonna stop it all. You got to climate change people say this is good, and the environmentalists say, "Wait a minute, you're tearing up our Earth. You're stripping our Earth of all the minerals."
It's not even that. It's
what kind of fuel are they running these machineries off of?
Diesel,
coal plants.
And that's what I'm saying is that, it's like I think
everybody knows you can't pull that shit off with freaking electric battery,
right? And I think it's like
no fucking Milwaukee tool doing this shit.
Let's get Knox's final before we get completely off onto a whole other subject. Knox, what do you think? Is this a good industry to be into?
It depends on the person. If you just want to go into work, check in, check out, it's not for you. If you are not in a mindset of learning for the rest of your life, every fucking hour you have a downtime, if you're not learning something new, you're going to fail. It's just the way the cars are. The electric car shit, I hope it fails. It's a horrible fucking idea. Our battery shit's not there. We need to go away from lithium ion if we're going to have battery powered fucking cars. But if you're not in a mindset of being better than you were yesterday, you're going to fail. There's a lot of opportunity to make a shit ton of fucking money if you're competent and you can learn and you can be better than yourself yesterday. If you can do that, there's a lot of money in it. But if you're not one of those kind of people, you're going to be changing oil and doing fucking tires because there's no spot for you in a shop if you're not competent, if you're not willing to learn, and if you're not willing to take on jobs that nobody else will fucking take on.
I agree.
Like they say, you get what you
said, Knox. Well said.
Yeah.
Well said. That's kind of what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
I think to add on to everything you guys said, I agree with almost everything. You guys all made the same point in some retrospects on everything is that it's all about how much passion you have for it, how much drive and sustainability you want to have for yourself, whether you're willing to commit to a trade. And I think it goes to say with anything. And I think the biggest problem is the problem here is work. That's what the problem is. The problem isn't the trade, it's the work.
Well, and one other thing real fast. Don't get into automotive if you think you're going to be fucking tuning turbos and fucking building supercharged fucking engines and taking them to the fucking racetrack. That is not the automotive industry where you make money. That is the automotive industry where you lose your fucking ass all the time.
Yeah. Good point.
Yeah.
So nice.
Work for a race team and you'll find out that it isn't all glamour. I know a buddy of mine who went to Wyotech, worked for a drag race team, and spent his entire life on the road and was miserable. And that he loved it. Don't ever think that you're going to get into doing a job that you love doing. Because I used to love working on cars. Now I start doing it for a living. This is a job. Okay? It's not my passion. My passion would be shooting guns and my hobbies. Don't ever mix those up. I'll tell you that much right now. I didn't ever want to
Two
work on.
passions, pistols and pussy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah, you gotta want to do this and learn and excel and achieve and have and always you always got to be constantly learning. I mean, Quick Wrench has been this long time. I've been at Knox. You know, all of these guys.
You're always learning, man.
Oh, every
car you see something new, like what the fuck is that? You know, I work with guys that just like, I don't care. I want to know what the hell are they doing here? What's this new shit they put in the car?
Yeah.
Well, that's like how you guys are talking about, like the electric cars and all the electronics and systems that they have coming. For us, the big push is for VRF systems, right? So you have the only way to even work on these things, you have to have a laptop or your tablet, and you connect to it, and then that's the only way to do it. You have to have this proprietary thing, and that's the only way to troubleshoot. It tells you what the codes are. It tells you where to start. It gives you all right, check this. Here's the reading, what it should be. And it's like, it takes forever when you have a system that can have up to a mile of piping.
I want to know, when it comes to electric vehicles entering our world of carbon producing vehicles, if you want to call it that, gasoline, diesel,
or internal combustion. Yeah.
Internal combustion vehicles. How are they initially going to handle the weight difference between the two of them? Because you realize like the new GM pickup, the new Ford pickup, an H3, a fucking fucking all the time. I'll fucking quit it. I promise I'll fucking quit it.
Fucking happens.
But do you realize, I don't know how much you guys know about this, but you realize an electric vehicle weighs roughly, estimated, like 35 to 40% more than a comparable combustion vehicle.
Yeah.
So you have, say, two comparable. Do you know the new Hummer? The new Hummer that they're going to come out with, the electric Hummer, that weighs just shy of 10,000 pounds.
Heavy.
So when it comes to
Holy
the
shit.
When you have car accidents on the road, and you
Yeah.
get by an electric vehicle, you're going to get hammered.
Yeah.
I just looking up, the Ford Lightning weighs, what is it? 6,000 pounds.
I got
the other thing,
That's a mid-sized truck, or a full-size truck. Sorry.
Yeah,
I
look
just
up
wanna-
the electric Lightning.
Yeah,
with
the electric
with
Lightning.
the electric cars coming out,
It's
if you want to get into a business and make a shit ton of money with the electric cars that are coming out, get a flatbed tow truck.
There you
That's the only fucking
Oh,
way
that's the only way
you
to get 'em
them
back on.
things.
Yeah, they lock up and they won't move.
You can't just lift them up by the front wheels and fucking
260.
drag the rear. You got to put them on a flatbed. So if you want to make some money with electric cars in mind, get a
I've heard-
flatbed aluminum bed fucking dump
I've
truck.
heard you guys that live in California probably see them more than I do, but I've heard that's been a problem. But Ty, what did you have a question about?
I had a question for Fluffy. Do you guys work on the Nissan Leafs a lot?
No.
So
No.
we have a bunch
We
of
see
them in our.
rarely.
We have a whole fleet of them in our white fleet at work, and they eat up tires like crazy. Like,
Oh, because they're
What
torquey.
What vehicle?
well, they're heavy too. They're heavy. There's a lot of weight
Yes,
on the
they're
tire.
heavy.
The Nissan
But they're
Leaf.
torquey too.
Yeah.
Nissan
So-
Leaf.
Yeah,
It's a little electric subcompact car that Nissan makes.
Yeah, we're lucky if we're getting like
I ain't
15,000.
seen one of them in Michigan yet, man.
Really?
You see one of those yet, CP?
No.
My
I
an
was-
ex's mom had one when they
We
first came
Midwest,
out. That's
man,
the
we
only
want
time
to
I've
make a
seen one.
big car. We want to rev the engine. We don't care about
Yeah.
that.
So funny thing about the electric vehicles,
Midwest,
when the Hummer came out, I read an article that the Hummer EV, the carbon footprint per mile is just as bad as a 4-cylinder engine.
Well,
it's probably
if not
true.
more.
Have you ever watched the videos of them trying to pull a trailer with like the new electric?
oh yeah,
circuit?
I watched that camper one.
They,
Yeah, it
like,
only
get
went 75
miles.
miles. 75 miles.
full charge, pulling a 4,000-pound trailer.
Ridiculous.
Oh shit!
How can you even go camping? Some cities you can't even get outside the city hardly without moving that far. I mean, it's
How are you
pretty.
gonna get to the mountains?
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to make it up and over the hill here in San Diego to go to the desert.
Were they CP? I
What's
think
that?
they drive a flat road.
Yeah, they were on a flat. They were going from
They weren't
Colorado.
even driving mountains.
Yeah,
they
it
got
was Colorado,
100 miles.
Springs, Denver to
You got
Colorado Springs.
Batteries are going to die.
It was Denver to Colorado Springs on the interstate, which, if you know, is flat as flat as it gets, and it's basically downhill. I think most of the way, and they still couldn't get that much gas mileage out of it. It was stupid. I was dumb. I was like, I actually was wondering, and then I seen this video pop up, and I watched it. I'm like, dude, that truck is so worthless. It's not even like. Here's the thing:
$100,000 vehicle can't pull. $100,000 pickup truck can't pull a 4,000 pound trailer.
That's it?
Yeah.
4,000 pounds? That's all it weighed? My fucking Nissan Frontier pulled like a 7,000 pound trailer and it wasn't even rated for that.
That's because it's a Nissan Frontier.
There you go.
How do you figure you're going to get the biggest truck buying population, which is the Midwest, in the entire country, to buy an EV vehicle when they can't make it from one farm to the other and get the job done? I mean, that's. And not only that, could you imagine? Just think about this. People forget because they see that a lot of people that see stuff don't think about this. Could you imagine working on an EV vehicle that's been on a gravel road its entire life?
Or what the fuck are you going to do if you have an EV vehicle? You have a trailer full of cattle you're trying to get to the market.
Oh, dude.
You're dead on the side of the road, and it's August, and it's fucking 105.
Well, I hope you don't ever buy an EV vehicle and try to drive through Upper Peninsula, Michigan, because there ain't no fucking charge station anywhere there.
Yeah. That's the other thing with not only just the lithium-ion batteries, our infrastructure is not going to support any more electric vehicles than what are on the road at the current time.
That's the other thing. Like here in California, they're like, "Oh, buy electric vehicles," but then every summer they tell us we can't run our air conditioners because it's
Taco Bell in a minute.
It's too hot, or our grid can't support it. It's like, well, then why are you telling everybody to buy all this stuff that's going to put more strain on the grid, but we can't even run our air conditioners?
I don't know what it's like over in San Diego, but I'm north of Los Angeles, and we have like maybe 3 electric charging stations within like a 20-mile radius. Like, I don't know.
Did you guys see the video of the guy who was in Arizona who has 12 Tesla charging stations, and 9 of them he put out of service because he said they weren't in their bill? And there was 4 guys in there trying to charge their guys off the 2 he had open, and they were in and said, "Why don't you open these up?" And he says, "Because they don't pay me." So that clearly shows you where they're already at. And don't get me wrong, Elon Musk is a great man. But the problem is I don't think that he planned enough ahead for the situation. Like, I like Elon Musk. Trust me, him buying Twitter is already showing that it's proven to be better. When he unlocks his accounts that he had blocked before, it's going to be awesome. But I mean, he's also trying to do double-edged swords on a lot of things. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't like the dude for other reasons, but I think he always kind of rubbed me the wrong way.
Okay.
But I agree with you. Like, I don't think that they like plan, or maybe they don't have like the customer support infrastructure or whatever you want to call it to like deal with like that guy who they weren't paying their rent basically.
Yep. They didn't plan that. They didn't plan enough for. They should have, in order to release this stuff. What should have been done, I feel like they failed on, was set up charging stations so that there was, plenty of places. Like, did you guys? I watched a video where a guy tried to travel across America to get a Tesla charge. He ran out of battery 3 times on his way to go. Okay, so, and then he also did a price point on how much it would cost, and it would have been cheaper to drive a car, take a train, take a bus, take an airplane. The car cost more money and time because it took him like 4 days longer because of time, and it would have been cheaper just to go other ways. I think he was only going to Chicago. To be honest with you,
that was the number one option package for Tesla when you bought a new one. Is you could buy a Honda inverter generator for like half the fucking price, and you throw that shit in your trunk, and whenever you run out of battery,
that's right. They had to buy a generator in midway, and that's what they said it cost them. Not only that, with hotel, sleeping, food, and all that. I mean, because of the extra time, that's what cost them more money. Right. So the problem is with electric cars is they're not efficient enough. In my opinion,
I guess it would make sense if all you're doing is commuting around town, right? You know, like you commute half hour one way, half hour home.
Yep.
I think for stuff like that, I'm sure they're great. You know, you just plug it in when you get home, you're good.
Yep.
But yeah, like you said, like for all the other stuff we use vehicles for, they're kind of trash.
Yeah, they're not good enough. They're
Yeah.
just
Yeah, I
not.
gotta get going.
That's what I wanted to
Right now, so
talk about. With the electric.
Ty, I appreciate you coming in.
Ty.
Later, Ty.
see you
See
guys
you,
later.
Ty.
So get more time to talk with you because I really wanted to. I really like hearing you give your insights on stuff, buddy. But I appreciate everything you did do.
Yeah, I appreciate you having me on. I appreciate you having me on, and there's so much more to talk about. We'll have to catch up on another time.
Yeah. What did you get your stuff yet from JD Tico?
I just got it today. I'm gonna shoot a video on that. And we'll see.
I'm just curious to make sure you got it.
Yeah,
That's
I did.
awesome.
Appreciate it, dude. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate that, man.
All you guys have a good night.
Yep.
Later.
Yeah.
Okay.
So is JD Tico a tool company or they're just a reselling company?
He's reselling products, but the
They
thing
get
is,
stuff branded for him. I know that.
Nick is actually making sure that he's giving good deals. Nick goes out of his way. I will say this.
Okay.
Nick, personally, I know Nick and I talk to him, and he's like me. He rubs people the wrong way, which is fine. I
He's
feel
from New Jersey. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
Bound to happen, yeah.
It's okay. But Nick also, I know personally, goes out of his way, despite everything he says. He messes around. I mean, he likes to bullshit people. So what? Big deal.
Grab a table.
Yeah, dude. So what? I mean, he embellishes a little bit and blah blah. You know, whatever. But I do know this from behind the scenes of talking to Nick. He goes above and beyond to make sure that he's giving people the best deal, and he's always looking to get more tools. And he's into this. I mean, he's been doing it for 35 years, so he's a legit deal. Like
does he have a tool truck? I've seen videos of him. Like,
yeah, he did a route for 35 years, and he has a storefront now. He opened up a storefront 3 years ago, but you go look at his prices. Sometimes it might be a little bit higher. The Milwaukee might not be as competitive, but I can tell you this much: there's not anybody out there. You're getting tool truck service. He is the closest, and I don't get paid to say this. I'm just saying this as a friend. He is the closest you will get in this world today to getting tool truck service on the internet. Period, hands down.
They both out of the way.
I talked to Nick. I talked to all those guys, and they always are there.
Yeah,
I know.
Curiosity, how many of you guys remember? I'm sure Mexicanic is driven them, but CP, Knox, Sergio, have you ever driven a full-blown electric vehicle?
No, I haven't.
No. Oh, that Leaf. I drove that Nissan Leaf once.
Have you drove a golf cart?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same shit.
I'm saying, you ever drove
I'll take that back.
Tesla? You ever drove any of them? I mean,
I hear I hear like they drive real nice.
Yeah.
They're very impressive.
Yeah.
The only thing that I'm from Detroit, Motor City.
Right? Yeah. Is it even legal to drive a Tesla in Detroit?
Huh?
I said, is it even legal to drive a Tesla in Detroit? You're gonna get like shot up.
I'm not. When I say I'm like, I don't live in Detroit.
I know. Just
you might get shot up down there with a Tesla.
I would think that Detroit people would be like, listen, EV vehicles, we need to outlaw that shit anywhere around here. Of course, they're not going to be happy with the manufacturers anyways, most of them pulling out, right? So, I mean,
they're probably like, it is to hit a fucking throttle, like push the pedal to the metal. The car just bolts, just bolts you fucking off, and you hear absolutely fucking nothing.
It's weird.
It's weird.
Argument I hate.
440 Charger, a fucking 383 Chevy, a 350 Chevy, 327 Chevy, a fucking whatever 420.
Oh, yeah, nothing. Well, I watched the Cletus McFarland Spectator drag, and those Teslas are out on everything. I mean, we're talking $200,000 cars. They're smoking them right off the line.
Oh yeah. Well, that's just because an electric motor. Just
It's torque at 186,000 miles an hour. That's what it is.
Uncle Chet ran an 8-second time with a Tesla, stock Tesla. That's ridiculous. Tesla flag. I mean, and if you look at the money that he's gotten that versus what guys got in their cars, that's a better bang for its buck, to be honest with you. So if you ask me, honestly, what are the best thing AVs could do? Drag race.
There you go.
Just put some big old slicks on it, and you'll be good.
Carbon emissions a lot.
I'll
You
get
can't tell me those drag cars don't throw out a lot of shit out their tailpipe.
Oh, the funny cars.
Nitrous
Oh,
methane.
God.
Man.
Yeah, but you're running 8-second times and with a freaking stopped vehicle, dude. That's insane.
All I gotta say is I pull my 2018 pickup truck in my fucking Chevy pickup truck in my garage, run that fucker all night long, have a conversation with Joe Biden. When he falls asleep and he wakes up in the morning when my truck's still running and he's confused, I'll be like, Joe, don't worry, you're like that every morning. It's not gonna kill him. That's how clean the fucking thing runs. It's
What's
not
up, everybody? Cummins Tech in the house. We got
What's
another
up, dude.
Uh-oh.
Holy shit.
Phil with his hand.
It's been broken for 4 months, guys.
I was gonna say,
Oh,
last time I
man.
talked to you, it was like your hand was all hamburgered up. You sent me,
Oh,
and I was like, oh, I had nightmares for the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, I've been away for a while. I can't type. I can't use a mouse. Can't do fuck all.
Jeez.
If you guys don't know, Leroy Cummins Tech. You don't mind me saying your name, right?
Yeah, I don't care, man.
Okay. Cummins Tech. You want to tell these guys who you are, what you do, what's up?
Heavy duty mechanic. Been working on heavy equipment trucks for going on 10 years now. And dropped a differential on my hand.
Yeah, don't do that.
Wasn't on purpose. Shop didn't have the right equipment. Was trying to put it in the right way safely, and fell off the jack and landed on.
a car that runs on water. I've seen a car that could drive across water. I'm just responding to a comment that I saw in your live chat. So ignore me.
Yeah, no, it wasn't a good time. Let's put it that way.
Good to have you on. We're getting
Didn't feel a thing.
We're getting deep into the chat. We're going the old school along with Knox on. We're having a bit of a flashback. You know, back in the day, me and Knox used to be on live streams for 4 or 5 hours a night.
Yeah.
Yep.
We're approaching that 3 hour. Dude, hey, listen, you have these conversations. Look at it. There's been 100 people in the chat for almost 3 hours, guys.
Yeah.
I mean, we're having a good conversation and people are interested. That's what it all rolls out to. So, I can't, I didn't know I was going to have this kick ass of a panel tonight, but definitely worked out good for me. Sergio, definitely Knox and Ty, and now Cummins Tech and Gear Wrench or Quick Wrench. And I mean,
Don't come with Gear Wrench. I'm from fucking China.
Fucking
So
compare
it's Taiwan.
to a shitty knockoff brand of Malco ratchets.
Hey, listen, you need to come on what year you're talking about, Gear Wrench or Quick Wrench.
It doesn't matter. CP don't matter.
I know.
Good place for the joke on there.
I know.
Quick Gear Wrench. That's China.
I get confused about everything. It's getting late for me now. It's almost my bedtime.
Oh,
first of all, we both know you don't have a bedtime.
Oh, I do. Trust me. I've been going. I usually go to bed. I've been getting up at. I don't know if you've seen, but I've been getting up at like 6, 7 in the morning and posting, and I've been getting shit done. Today I slept in a little bit because was not feeling good, and I didn't have anything lined up anyways. But right away. But usually I try to do some. Friday I try to take it easier. You know, that's the main thing when you have your own gig is you can work your schedule however you want to. So, you know, Fridays are
Yeah, no, I haven't seen any of your videos come out because my notifications is still broken on your channel. So.
Oh, really? Did you unsubscribe and resubscribe?
I don't know. It's something to do with the child thing. I don't know. We've went over this before. Something for content made for kids thing. I don't know.
Oh, that's weird.
That is weird. What are you guys' thoughts on Vim tools? I got my thoughts. I can tell you that.
Garbage?
I don't think I don't own any. So.
I work on German vehicles, but they weren't a necessity.
Tools.
Nobody owns any Vim tools. Well, I'll give you guys a little quick rundown about Vim tools. So the owners of Vim tools are ex-Astro Tools president, okay? And they moved so Vim tools is actually Durston Manufacturing. So if you guys know, Durston was back in the day, was Easy Red Durston. A little history rundown. So Durston was in California. They're a warehouse sticker company. Nothing's changed there. They moved to Florida now, and they've latched on to getting tools from another vendor, manufacturing tools for them. So having them made in Taiwan, wherever, shipped over here, Taiwan. I don't know where all they're getting made from. India, who knows? Long story short is they're another sticker company warehousing tools, and I think they're quite expensive. Some of their stuff's okay. I don't see crazy innovation out of them. Honestly, I see a lot of gimmick stuff. They just released some adapters with wobbles on them for ratcheting wrenches, which I think is kind of cheesy because you guys can give me your thoughts on this. If I'm going to use a ratchet wrench with a wobble, like keep in mind, like put a socket on a short wobble, that's like not even very stable. That's my one thing about it is that seems like an accident waiting to happen there.
Here's my question: if you can get a ratchet with a wobble or a ratcheting wrench with a wobble in there, couldn't you just get a ratchet in there with a wobble?
Yeah, we got low profile ratchets.
Like they got the low profile wobble extensions too.
Yeah, spring loaded wobbles, Skirk are been out for actually. Knox, you probably remember what's that company that had them out before? The spring loaded wobbles adapters that everybody was pumping on 2 years ago.
Mac had them for a while. I know that.
But there was another company that came out. They were weird. God, do you remember Rust Belt had them? I think you talked about them.
Was it Mountain?
I don't watch Rust Belt, so.
No, it was a freaking. They were a tool company, and they had spring-loaded wobbles. It's just this. All it is another Taiwanese company makes them for them.
I mean, they're all in the same factory. It's
somebody else can. The thing about it is Vim. Whatever Vim makes, it's going to get made. Somebody else is going to have it.
Yeah.
To be 100% honest, everything Vim has is the same shit Carlisle and Icon are selling too.
So that brings me another good point. Right, what you just said. How do you guys?
I saw the video. I know where you're going to go with this.
So how do you guys feel that? I mean, like, what difference does it make who makes the tools now anymore, and who you buy it from? It's just might as well just find the person with the cheaper price, right? Like, there's no brand loyalty. So if it's all being made in Taiwan and you got 9 companies that are sticking, there's more than 9. There's a dozen companies. Right. So like Carlisle, like Tortest Channel had it, Carlisle,
Icon,
Car Industries, Milwaukee is making the same 3 wrenches without a doubt. In Milwaukee, Carlisle, and Icon. I've said it a million times on my channel. Infaller makes a lot of stuff. But if you're buying the same stuff from the same company, I mean, there's very little differences in between them. Like Capri thin wrenches, for instance. Vim got those. They're more expensive through Vim. Who else has them? Somebody else has them.
Matco's got them rebranded too.
Ulsa has them. Ulsa, Malco, Capri. 4 different companies, same exact thin wrench. Capri is the cheapest. Yeah, ATD. There's another one, Turbo Food.
And the Capri's work.
Yeah, they're all.
Yeah, I've never ran into a situation where the Capri's didn't work.
No. Yeah.
No, you're right. And I mean, honestly, when it comes to thin wrenches, I buy the Snap-on ones. I have had really good luck with them. I own like 3 of them, but I only buy them when I need them for specialty size.
So the Snap-on ones are a little bit thicker. That's my only thing is why I went with the Capri's, which obviously the other thing was price. The Snap-on thin wrenches are not cheap at all.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. I've only needed 2 of them, so I only bought the 2 I need.
What's that, Knox?
That's the thing is, I haven't had any of the Capri's. Their warranty's great. The Snap-on ones, their thin wrenches are priced about the same as their fucking angle wrenches, and I don't use angle wrenches very often. So I have a Blue Power set from fucking Cornwall that I use, but
well, the Blue Power angle wrenches are made by Sonex anyway.
Yeah.
Probably
Are they really?
Polished ones.
Well,
I can guarantee they're made by Sonex because I have the Cornwell set, the same set you have.
Make anything either. They get them manufactured.
Well, yeah, they're all made in Taiwan. Same. I know where you're going with that, CP.
I think those are made in India.
No, they're Taiwan.
They're Taiwan.
Mine are all stamped Taiwan. But I know what he's talking about because I have the Blue Power set because I got it on promo from Cornwell.
Yep.
Of the buy one, you buy the the metrics, get the standards free, and then I bought the jumbos and the extra large ones from Sonex. They're identical. They're 100% identical.
Cornwell because it was like $89 for the whole set, 10 to fucking 19 or whatever the hell it was. And
yeah, it's crazy.
Those are going to be the ones that I'm going to use the most. So
what Snap-on stuff go for? Like 500?
500.
The Snap-ons are about
sometimes.
I think about 500 for a set, and then they don't do the BOGOs on those. And
how many brands are there? How many tool factories? There's only like 6, to be honest with you.
There's like 3 or 4 factories in Taiwan. They all just
I
make
was
up
watching. I was
shit.
watching a video. I think it was Torch's channel or somebody that they were saying it's like, oh yeah, all like the tools and wrenches are all made in one city in Taiwan.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
it's like,
So
and I've heard that before because like I used to be into paintball, and in San Diego there's Dye Manufacture, Dye Precision, which is a big paintball company.
Yep.
And they used to make all their stuff here because I've had friends that work there. My old roommate used to work there. What they did is they moved all their stuff, all the machines got moved over to Taiwan. And I guess there's like a whole district where all they do is like all the paintball manufacturers make their stuff there. And that's literally all it is in that one area.
I've been through a bunch of Taiwan stuff, and I love the country.
It's a great country.
Yeah, great country, great way they treat their people. You know, these guys worship their dogs over there.
Oh yeah,
they go out to the park every morning, a lot of them, and do hang out and relax, and like they start their days very happy people. They have one of the best road systems in the entire world. I mean, it's a beautiful place. And not only that, their technology is top notch. Taiwan and Japan are definitely underrated. Like people just don't understand. Yeah. But there's only so much manufacturing. So Rotar Group manufactures a ton of sockets over there for people with the Top Tool. They own Rotar Group, and Top Tool are the same.
Top Tool's pretty good.
Yeah, I like Top Tool stuff. We got a dealer here in Iowa now, and I was stoked when I found that out. So I jumped right all over that. But Jam Tool Co., he sells all their Top Tool stuff. I don't know why more people don't get on to that. That's another company that I don't understand. Like, people were selling Top Tool, now you're getting direct from the manufacturer, and you can sell. Like, he sells decent tools for a great price. Top Tool, now granted, Top Tool doesn't make everything, but that's like Koken. Like, you have all these options for tools that are coming direct from the manufacturer. You can buy. You can get Koken. You can get Top Tool. And not have to use these sticker companies like Sunex and all these Gray Pneumatic, all these other companies. You can get it direct from the tap.
Dude, I'm a huge fan of the Wera sockets, man.
Yeah, oh yeah, the Wera
yeah.
All the German stuff is great.
It's all made in Taiwan.
No, it's not.
Some of it is, and some of it is. I work with some of the Wera stuff's made in Czech Republic.
Yeah, the Czech Republic stuff, those top notch too, though.
Yeah. Oh, dude. Listen,
that's where they make Hilti.
Yeah.
Well, Czech Republic's where CZ manufacturing is.
Yeah. I have one of those.
The best handgun manufacturer in the world is in the Czech Republic.
Well,
that's like a crazy.
That's not even
CZ in Kansas City, actually.
Yeah,
that's CZ USA.
Yeah. A bunch of my buddies work at CZ in Kansas City. The big thing is Czech Republic, though, people are very good machinists.
Yes, they are.
They are top notch. Some of the world's best machinists in the world are in Czech Republic.
You know why, right? Because all the machinists in Germany fled during World War II, post World War II, from West and East Germany to the Czech Republic.
And you know why they did that? Is because
CZ's all old H&K people.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
And the reason they did that is because we had a plant in DeWitt, Nebraska, making Peterson vice grips that made enough tanks and planes and fucking ships to overrun them fucking Nazis.
Have you ever been to Grand Island or in that area there, Knox?
Mm-hmm.
That's because I go there and shoot matches, and I gotta Biggie Fitz is from Grand Island, so he knows all about that. But it's just the cool old buildings there from when they were building some of the stuff. Not only that, the bunkers. If you guys know Fishing with Flair, he just bought an in-ground missile silo.
Nice.
That's cool.
Yeah, you got to figure out. He bought an actual missile silo that is in right outside of Grand Island, Nebraska.
Is that where you live, Knox, in Nebraska?
No.
Kansas City.
Yeah.
Oh, Kansas City. Oh, okay. Missouri or Kansas?
Kansas. Fuck Missouri.
Okay.
I gotta ask because there's two and.
Biggie Fitz
bunch of slavers over there still. It's fucking ridiculous.
This guy right here he's from Grand Island, Nebraska. So
I'm doing dangerous things.
Yeah.
What is that?
Oh, you know how Apex Organizers is selling the little ratchet docks?
Hold on. Oh yeah. I got those. Yeah.
Yeah, I literally can print a whole set. I printed a whole set for Ty for like $8.
How well do those work vertically?
That's how these are. They
Oh.
go like this. There's
No,
magnets
I'm
in the
saying
bottom.
the other.
Like this?
Yeah.
Oh, they don't hold anything the way they're set up.
Okay.
You'd have to
They
put
don't-
a grip
they
on
don't
the
actually
bottom to
hold.
hold the anvil.
It depends on your tool drawer too. Because
Well, that's
on-
the thing, because I
These
don't.
fit into slim drawers, dude. These
Yeah,
fit.
because I don't actually have like a toolbox, so all my sockets, I kind of looked at the way they did it on like the tool trucks, right, with the magnetic rails on the wall.
Yeah.
So one of the doors I bought, well, from Harbor Freight, because that's the only place I know that would have them, is the magnetic rails that you can mount stuff to, and I just have them like that on the door, on one of the side box doors.
Yeah, that's a great way to do it.
And I've had it there for like the last week, and they haven't fallen off unless I not paying attention and slam the door. But
Yeah.
I mean, there's a whole file I could literally print you for pegboard to hang ratchets.
yeah,
And the thing is, I'll be the first one to sit here and say it. What Apex is charging for these organizers is outrageously overpriced.
how much do they charge?
It's like $20 for a half,
For what?
a quarter, and a 3/8.
For just one of
For
each?
one of each. For one of each.
Jesus.
They sent
I'm
me-
gonna blow your mind. Let me open my 3D printing software here.
Yeah, because like for me, it's like, well, because I gotta reorganize the way I do things, because I gotta see how much it costs to get foam inserts made for these little pack out boxes, because that's about the only way I can organize things in my truck. So, because I gotta take it out of the truck, take it up onto the roof, and I'm tired of like just grabbing the sockets I think I'm gonna need. I'd rather just grab, okay, here's all my SAEs, here's all my metrics, whatever. But because that gear wrench box I have is a little too big to be hauling up in a bucket.
I don't blame you.
Yeah.
Let's see, where is that file? Now I gotta find the flash drive that I
Well,
have.
my old Tecton sockets that I used to have, that I got when I first started this, that box was like the perfect size, but this thing is like fucking, it's quarter, 3/8, shallow and deep, so it's just like, it's way too many sockets to bring up there.
Well, you shouldn't be bringing all them sockets up there to begin with. So.
No, I shouldn't.
What's the biggest size you go up to?
For
Me?
what?
Sergio? Yeah.
I don't
The
think you'd go
biggest
over
size that
half.
the biggest size I commonly go up to is like 15/16. There are a few things that go up.
Or
we have some
24 millimeter.
Yeah,
That's
right?
another way you can do that. 15,
Yeah.
16, 24 millimeter, same
But I'm-
thing. 7/8, 22.
But they're always like a little bit different, because like, or maybe it's just the wrenches and sockets I had. Like the 7/8 and the 11 millimeter were like, like just a little. One was like a little bit bigger than the other, But I think the biggest bolts that I can think of is these hub bolts for these Siemens fans that they go onto the motor. I think those are like inch and 7/8 or some weird size like that. But that's like they're big old beefy nuts that just hold this fan to the shaft. But yeah, that's usually the biggest. But the biggest normally is 15/16.
It's not bad.
And that's like the only reason I even have a 1/2 inch impact is for 15/16 flange bolts, because almost every flange bolt's a 15/16.
And they got that much torque on them? You need a 1/2 inch?
Or they're just rusted because they're outside,
Oh,
or,
yeah,
it's chilled water and they're not insulated properly, so they sweat all day and they just get rusted.
Yeah.
But usually at that point we just cut them out and replace them. And then it's like sometimes it's also hard to get. I just happen to have this, the 1/2 inch impact in a tight spot with a socket, and you're like 10 feet in the air trying to hold this thing, like trying to get it off,
Yep.
But that's usually the big. I know, like, you diesel guys have some pretty big pretty big bolts you guys deal with.
What's a normal fastener for a diesel guy? 15 millimeter or 15 or what? 13/6 or 13.
Usually it's 13 for the most part, honestly.
Really?
Yeah.
At least that's the most common. 13 to 15 is usually, like, that's where I'm usually at.
Not much different than automotive then. I mean, fluffy here. I mean, granted, there's a lot of 8s and 10s, for us, but
There's not a lot of. I'll be the first one to tell you there is not a lot of 10s on our end.
okay, that's interesting.
13 is their 10 millimeter.
Yeah,
Pretty much. I've lost more 13 millimeters than I'm willing to admit.
So what's the most common bigger size above 19 millimeter use?
That's a tough one because
24, 22.
Usually it's 24 or 15, 16, depending on how you want to look at it.
Well,
because you guys use a lot of SAE, right?
Yeah.
And like
we
diesel.
most of what we use, dude, is SAE. I mean, the heavy truck world, other than Volvo and Mack, haven't really gone
metric
the way of the metric bird here, for lack of a better idea. I mean,
well, they still want techs to be able to do fractions on when they're working on their shit.
Right.
Yeah,
they're called freedom fractions.
Freedom fractions.
We're in America. They're freedom fractions. The metric system didn't get us to the moon.
Yeah, that's right.
And the metric system also didn't win 2 world wars.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Y'all think that the fractions are ever gonna go away? The SAE?
Not in our lifetime.
You don't think so?
I mean, I'm sure eventually they will, but I don't see it happening anytime soon.
I mean, you go to Ace Hardware to get bolts, and the metric section is so fucking small. Everything's just SAE everywhere. I mean, that's every place. It's not just Ace, it's Home Depot even. And
like the only reason I have metric anything is because a lot of the newer stuff that comes out of like Europe, or it's made by a European company, is metric.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the only reason I have it. Other than that, like,
if you were only working on carrier, all you'd have to have a fucking SAE shit. But
I could take a carrier part with a 9/16, a 5/16, and that's about it.
Yeah.
Maybe a half inch.
all I own is metric.
Yeah. See, I have to have both.
This is a whole set. This is the whole set that I printed for tie out.
Yeah.
$6.45 to print all
in plastic.
In plastic. Yeah.
I'll be damned.
That's not bad, dude.
That's not including the magnets, mind you. The magnets were like another $12.
Oh, the magnets.
But the magnets are one of those things where you figure out what strength you need, and once you do, you're good.
You can buy 100 of them for $10 on fucking Amazon.
That's what I did.
Yeah.
That's literally what I did, and I populated everything. Yeah, that's what they were. That's what they were. He was complaining that they're not as strong, but to be 100% honest, I haven't really experienced any issues as far as strength's concerned.
Right.
Just because here's the thing: all you need this to do is hold it up.
Right. It's just
you're not asking this to do more than hold up the ratchet. My problem is I bought the files online for like $4 for the half, quarter, and 3/8, including 3/8 wide and ½ inch wide for the bigger, fatter ratchets that were around. And now you've got Apex Tool or Apex Organizer who's out here selling them. They're making a killing on it. I'm going to be the first one to tell you they're making a killing.
So what you're saying, everything there you have in that is maybe $25, including buying the program and the magnets and everything to put it together. And that's $300 worth of fucking profit right there for Apex.
Yep, that's about $300 worth of profit. So you figure you buy one 3D printer for your whole shop.
Mm-hmm. For
the whole shop, you're looking about $500 for a new one. If you buy a used one, you can go on Marketplace. I bought mine for $100. A spool of filament is $25. And it costs for me to print that whole set there, which is 11 quarter, 11 3/8, and I think 8 ½ inch. Because you're obviously not going to have as many ½ inch ratchets as you are everything else, unless you're CP and you're crazy and have drawers full of ratchets. But we won't talk about CP's addiction to ½ inch ratchets at all. Totally not throwing shade at CP for having a ratchet addiction.
Dude, I got way too much shit for a lot of stuff because of YouTube.
We know. We're not arguing that.
Yeah.
But when you factor the costs of, you can buy a 3D printer used on Marketplace for about $100 to $200. You get it all tuned in place. You do a little bit of testing. Figure that's one spool of filament that you need to use. Oh, that's great. I lost a clip from my thing. One spool of filament, so about $25. You're about, let's say, $150 into it. You buy the fuck. You guys want the files? I'll give you the files. Literally, I don't care. I spent the $5 on it. It don't matter to me. The guy who I bought them from probably wouldn't be too happy, but I paid for it. I can do with it what I want.
Unless there was a contract that said you can't use this for commercial purposes.
Well, what did you say?
I'm not selling them, so I'm not doing it for commercial purposes.
There you go.
If he's giving them away, so. So what?
What did you say you had into all of that?
Total right now, as far as like material and the printer, like and the files.
Yes.
So a $25 spool of filament, the $100 I spent on the printer, and then the $5 I spent on the file.
Oh, and I mean, like, how much to make that though? What do you got in materials and time?
Oh, just to print that is a 2-day print. So, but here's the thing: you can literally hit go and walk away.
Set it and forget it. It's like a rotisserie oven.
Yeah, pretty much. So you set it and you let it go. It takes about 2 days to print it all, and then it takes about an hour or so to set all the magnets in place. And so you figure somebody's hour and whatever the print and it's about $6.55 in material.
So total
cost of plastic to print all of that's on the screen.
What do you think you got for total cost though? What would you say would be what you have in total cost? Rough number.
For what I can tell you, what I charged him. I charged him $40 for all of that. That's what I charged him for all of that.
And the fire
out the door, shipped to him was $40.
Right, and they're wanting $300 for all that for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what we're looking at. Organizers. I don't know. Did you hijack my stream, or do I have you as a mod still?
No, I think we're able to present.
Yeah, we can press present.
Oh, really? I'll be new. I didn't know that. Well, congratulations.
That's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, I didn't know they did that now. Corey, what's up, Corey? I thought it was a COVID microscope image. No, it's Apex organizers, like for ratchets and stuff. All that. Yeah.
The fact is, they're making a killing on it. Because barrier to entry is not that high. It's not as much as people want to say it is.
No. What do you think the fair price would be? I mean, let's say you're cranking that out, shipping, all that jazz.
Now here's the thing: if you go to a system, so they have ones with conveyor belts for printing, so you can do continuous printing on a conveyor belt. You buy that system, you could have 3 of them: one printing quarter, one printing 3/8, and one printing half, all day long, and just leave them running, and worry about changing spools of filament out. And they have systems where you can preload spools of filament. All in, you're looking about $2,000 to have a setup, like maybe $3,000 setup to have that, and just have them dump them into a bin. So then literally all you're doing is reaching into a bin of selected color or whatever run of color you're doing at the time, pop magnets in them, and ship. There's no...
Do you glue the magnets in?
Yeah, I glued them in, but you don't have to. They press fit pretty well. There's 2 different files. You can have them where you have the printer stop at a certain height when you're printing. You set them in, and then it prints over the top, so they're impregnated in between the plastic.
I was wondering about that, but
I didn't do that because it's just a pain in the ass to do it that way.
Let me get back to this real quick. So you're saying Apex charged $300 for that? I didn't pay any. I haven't looked into any of it. I know it was kind of pricey. They're
overpriced for what they are. I'll tell you that right now.
So I remember looking at tool organizers. So I see Nunzio said that he got ripped off by. I remember looking at a new tool organizer, and I thought their prices were pretty fair when they were doing. They didn't have the ratchet ones, but I thought they were pretty fair. The thing is, I think this Apex is a little bit bigger group, or somebody that's got some. They're trying to do a little bit different deal. I don't know.
What Apex is trying to do?
3D printed too. Jesus.
Yeah, they're all 3D printed. Nobody's making them injection molded.
Well, I understand that, but I mean, listen, as a guy that's not going to be 3D printing anytime in the near future, because there's only so many things I can do, I don't give a shit who's 3D printing it as long as they last. Like Jaden Tico had those 3D printed deals, the tool holders, and all I want is a good quality product, for a decent price. You know what I mean? Like that. This is one of those things where I don't care. I don't really care so much as who's making it as I do as somebody that's going to treat me well. Once again, I go back to old school basics: customer service, fair price, all that.
Yeah.
And Tool Organizer, those guys have been really nice to me. They sent me a whole box of stuff, granted, but I bought a bunch of stuff from them too, and I thought they were fair price for the money. Were they the greatest? No, it's 3D printing. If you don't use that, what is that hot injection ABS mold or whatever, it's not as good. The 3D printing stuff is different levels of quality, right? I don't know shit about it, but
I mean, to be honest, the 3D printing quality from what Ty was telling me is on par. What I'm doing is on par with what Apex outputting. And if I'm getting the same print quality results they are, the thing is, if this is easily something someone could injection mold.
Oh yeah.
So what's the difference between
they did?
Can you glass fiber reinforce that?
I can get glass. I can literally buy. You don't need to. They're literally like, this is me squeezing as hard as I can, and you can.
So the ABS or whatever you're using.
This is PLA. Yeah, it's strong as shit.
So you don't have to worry about glass fiber reinforced or any of that kind of shit.
No, but they do have. What are you planning to do with this? Drop it down a flight of stairs?
Yeah.
This is not your DeWalt drill that CP dropped down his topside creeper and ran over with a car.
Here's the deal.
Sorry.
I've knocked my ratchets into the drawers, and I've broken some of those, like my some of the stuff from the Tool Organizer stuff, the wrench or the plier racks they had. I ripped the fins off them right away. These aren't that flimsy. They're actually pretty stout as far as what it is. Because here's the thing: when Apex Organizer came out with all that stuff, I looked at it and I went, "Those are cool. I'm going to order all those." And I'm like, and I had ended up going around and looking because I had bought the 3D printer at that point. I'm like, someone has to have a file for this because they're 3D printing them themselves. Did some digging, found a guy who had the same general file, damn near close. You know what? It's worth the $5. And to me, it was definitely worth the $5. Yeah.
Spent the $5, printed out a set for myself. Mine don't even have magnets in them. And they hold up and stand up on their own. I mean, I bought them for organization purposes.
Have you found a Toolbox widget one for wrenches? Have you found?
I have it. I have the file.
You do?
Yeah, I can actually pull it up.
Have you printed any of those and used them in your own toolbox there?
I don't have room for them in my box.
I'll tell you what, the guy can make money on those wrench racks that I got. I get more comments on those wrench racks a day.
What, the Toolbox widget ones?
No, the ones I got from Tool Organizer. Those green wrench racks, just a simple. And I'll tell you what, there's none better out there in my opinion. I'm sold on those wrench racks. I've absolutely loved them. They've been perfect. Put the wrenches right in the center. They hold up nice. Make them wide. They work perfect. And those things just kill it. Dude, I'm not even kidding you. I guarantee you, I get at least 10 comments a day on that. Hey, where do you get those wrench racks from? Where do I get those? And I could literally put it in the comment. You can go look at my Toolbox video. I put it in the comments 900 times. And people still ask me. I even pinned it to the top of the deal. People still ask me. I can't even. I'm like, and they're just, I don't know. And I love them. I will stick by them. I know Nunzio, he said his custom order got messed up, but man, it is what it is.
And which wrench racks are those?
Those green. If you look at my,
are they they're the ones that are just separate, right? They're magnetic.
Let me pull up a picture because otherwise I'm just pissing on the wind.
Because I still use a big spring.
Yeah,
I mean that would work.
And then drop my fucking wrenches in there.
No nonsense know-how. I watched his video and was going to make the ones he did, and he used 10 gauge and 12 gauge Romex wire and spools them up, and those are really nice too. He did a video on that a while back. I was going to make a video and show guys that. Let me see if I can get the picture of my drawer up here. I should put it on my computer, but I don't. Son of a biscuit. Why is it so far down? I must not have posted a drawer of my wrenches. I'm not one that repeats posted on right here. These ones.
Are those are flexible ones?
No, those aren't.
Those are tools. Let me pull it up on Solo Layout.
So hate to be the bearer of bad news.
Yeah. What's the bad news?
Pull up the screen share.
Oh.
Boy, that looks oddly familiar, doesn't it?
That's what I'm saying. I said if you, which mine go up to the right sizes though. They have the sizing all the way up to 22 millimeters. So I'm not sure what those look like. Those look like the tool widget.
They're like the widgets, yes. But that's the thing though.
The tool widgets compared to these.
They exist.
The file
exists.
The tool widgets aren't near as good as these are. I have tool widgets, and the spacing between them they take up a lot more space. These ones, if you look at my drawer, it's asshole to elbow, and the drawer. Those wrenches are packed tight in there. You know, they're literally like little sausages in a blanket. They're all tucked into I fill up every single inch of my toolbox space with that wrench rack perfectly. That's why I like them. There's little wasted space on them. You know what I'm saying? That makes sense?
Oh no, it makes complete sense. I mean, that's the thing. That's why that's why we spend the money, you know?
Yep. Exit. How do I get out of this?
Because I just found damn near the same thing that you have on Thingiverse.
You found it?
Yeah. Which is what's funny.
Yeah, I really do enjoy those the best, in my opinion. After I've had the racks, the long skinny rails that I've had for wrenches, I like those before too. But they stick down. They come unglued, and you can't move them from your drawer once they're stuck down. You know, then you can't get them. So that's a pain in my ass. But I'm super happy with these ones. I really do like them. They've been the best ones that I've had in my entire career, life, whatever. And then they make the bigger wrenches. They make them angled, so they'll fit in the wrench drawer. So tool organizer, and that was the reason why he started doing them. He told me, I believe his name's Samuel. He told me that's the reason he started making 3D printing stuff, is because he couldn't find a wrench rack that he liked, and he had the Toolbox widget ones, and he hated them. And I mean, agree.
The thing is, I'm looking at his prices. He's actually fair for what he's printing.
Okay,
like,
so that's
he's not out of line for any of what he's printing. I can tell you that right now.
I don't get anything from him, and I've only gotten one. I've only bought one. I bought one, and that was it. You know, I mean, he sent me some stuff, and I bought some stuff, and he's like, "Here, try this stuff out," and I was like, "All right, I'm down." And I got a whole, but like Nunzio, I got a whole big deal of stuff. So
let's see,
what do we got here? Things oh, there you go. What? Oh, let me get you pulled up here, Knox.
Yeah, there might be too much glare. But that's what my wrench drawer looks like now.
Oh yeah, you got the Mac ones, and you got the springs in there. I think
they're all in bags.
Still looks better than still looks like you got more room in your wrench drawer than I do.
Well, I mean,
you keep it tight though. That's the thing is
I like wrenches, and my drawer's only so big, so every time I'm trying to add more to it, it gets. I mean, it's fucking full, but
I need to buy.
It's not all the ones I need either. So
I've got wrenches in boxes because I haven't got them in the wrench store, and I've got a wrench store.
Right, that's the same way I am.
It's just
same fucking sockets, you know.
Yeah, sockets are. I've got some sockets I got to sort through, so I'm gonna give them to some guys that need sockets because I don't need all the sockets I have. I got way too many sockets. Way too.
Any of those extra deep from?
Yeah, I got one set from Cornwall I bought, and I should have waited because I only got them up to 13, and I don't have the 15, or I got them up to 14 now. I still need the 15.
I bought mine, and the set was 8 to 19 in quarter-inch, the
That's the
4-inch long.
Yeah, that's the one I must have bought the ones to 15, and then they came out with the one from 19 millimeter. I was pissed. Hey, welcome back, Quick Wrench.
It looks like you had some talk
You
about.
ran all the way to the store and came back to the stream. I mean, that just shows you.
And we haven't changed topics either, which is even funnier.
Yeah, we can stop. There's still 90 people in the chat. Do we have over 100 likes yet? I mean, there should be
91.
Huh?
91.
91? Come on, guys. All I asked for is 100. There was 115, 20 people in here. All I wanted, I just need 100 thumbs up. That's all I ask for every time.
That's my fault. I didn't thumbs up it before I joined into the StreamYard.
Now we're at 96.
I thumbs it up as soon as I got on. So
I usually do. That's the thing.
Well, just think of it this way. If you don't like me, hit the thumbs up, and it's like a finger, middle finger. Same thing.
Yeah, there you go.
Same thing.
Now you got 100.
Thank you. That's all I wanted. So, I think we'll start winding it down with the last topic or something else to talk about. But
yeah, I'm gonna have to get going, CP.
I want to give this one up. What, you gonna take off, Mexicanic?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm already tired.
Well,
So,
you might want to stick around for this last topic for just a second.
okay, let's
So
go.
I want to talk about Milwaukee since we got Knox on here. Knox is a staunch Milwaukee guy. Sergio's a Milwaukee guy too.
Yeah.
I'm
I'm a hardcore Milwaukee guy.
Oh, you are too? Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. Well, that's fine. You guys
As much as I'm tempted to go over to the atomic stuff from DeWalt at this
I don't
point.
really give a shit one way or another. I just like to razz the people who do get all bent out of shape. Much like the Snap-on guys when they get all bent out of shape. I don't really care. I just like to play along with it, with the whole thing. But what do you guys think of did you guys see the Milwaukee Snap-on video?
No.
What with the new high-speed ratchet or whatever?
Yeah. Milwaukee tried to play off the high-speed ratchet they were putting on there with the Snap-on one. I just thought it was pretty funny that they were doing that in the SEMA show, which I didn't see anything. There's once again, SEMA was up there, but I didn't see anything from Milwaukee. I wanted to see if you guys, since you are big in Milwaukee, did you guys see anything come out from Milwaukee that was exciting? Because I didn't know. I got to be honest with you. I just haven't had time to watch enough SEMA stuff, and I was hoping to hear people say some things. But I'm telling you right now, SEMA was lackluster. To me, SEMA has turned into a social media extravaganza. People from social media go to SEMA so they think that they can get attention. That's what it's turned into. But
I mean, the fact that Kuhn Trucking was there just answers that question.
I'm not
like that guy.
No comment.
I'm not going to get involved in that.
Honestly, CP, other than some new renovations and toolboxes, I saw nothing that excited me on anything I've seen.
The stuff I've seen is just okay. It's another wrench.
Yeah, well, Milwaukee was showing new tools.
They came out with that they announced that high-speed ratchet
a year ago.
I've had one for over
They
a
showed
year.
the first ones that they had some event or whatever, and it was
But the thing
ago.
is, that's been released now for a couple months. They're just not in stores yet. And my biggest issue with Milwaukee is we'll have the whole tool event of here's the new product releases. Oh, but you're not gonna be able to get them for the next 6 months unless you pre-ordered them at the tool event. And then anybody who wants it, fuck you, because you can't get it for 6 months.
They build hype on it. Fluffy just bought himself his first Milwaukee, right? This your first Milwaukee?
I have it. You
haven't bought it.
And my big
video.
My bad, dude. Hey, listen. It's not going
You're good.
to be that big a deal, I promise you. I'll make it up to you. No, that just builds up.
Let's just say I've had Milwaukee.
Okay, you've had Milwaukee before. Okay.
I've had Milwaukee, but the channel doesn't even. It's
So
there in my box.
So I didn't miss anything coming out from Milwaukee, and I got the same thing. Basically, Milwaukee's trying to re-release tools that they already had once again this year because their technology is still 2 years behind. Once they dissect the brand that's beating them and figure out how they can recreate that product, then they'll then they'll come out and hype it up and be the bigger impact again, right? That's kind of what I'm seeing with them.
The only thing from Milwaukee that I know about that's new that I'm actually interested in is one of those little bitty belt sanders. It's like 12 inches long.
Yeah,
dude, there's a kit for the freaking 90-degree cutoff tool.
Yeah.
To turn it in. I bought that kit, dude, 2 years ago.
Really?
Because Milwaukee wouldn't make it.
Is it any good? Does it
Yeah,
work?
it's great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to buy a Harbor Freight Air one, and then you cannibalize the arm head from it, and it bolts right in place.
Well,
The guy sells the kit on eBay. Thing's awesome.
I did see that bell grinder. If it lasts, that's the one thing I got concerned with. Because
Here's the thing: the only reason Milwaukee even came out with it is not because some guy made one on eBay and has been selling that kit for a while. It's because Snap-on came out with it, and it's like we're the only one who has it. That's the only reason they have it. I'll be the first one to say here. I will be the first one to say it. Because why did Snap-on come out with electric die grinders? Serious.
Milwaukee had them.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And all the electric die grinders suck.
Yeah. Well, everybody said back then they were great, and I said I believe it when I see it, and I've seen multiple videos. I'll tell you what, guys made hundreds of thousands of dollars on YouTube pushing those things, and and you know what? I still don't own one. So
I have the straight and the 90 from Milwaukee from day one. I use them all the time.
Yep.
But the thing is, I know how to use them. You can't put a lot of torque on them. You can't put pressure on them, or they shut off.
They have their uses. They certainly do. I don't disagree with that. I mean, my buddy Nick he's a DIYer, and he's like, dude, I don't want to take an air compressor, run my hose out if I got to go out and grind something I'm going to do a quick weld on. You know, like I can take that and rub it off. And I'm like, makes sense.
My 90-degree Milwaukee, you know what I use it for is roll-lock discs.
Yep.
That's all I use it for.
100%.
That's it.
Yep.
Right.
That's all it's good for.
The only thing I use a straight one for is the little cut-off discs.
Yep, that's what I use it for too. The 3-inch cutoff wheels.
Yep.
But
very true.
Tell me this: is it a luxury or is it a necessity?
At this point, for me, it's a necessity with what I do.
Okay.
Because I use it so often, I've actually phased out the 90 and my light duty 90-degree and light duty straight die grinder for them.
Yeah.
Well, application based, per individual based. I mean, once again, but if you wouldn't recommend anybody to go out and buy it if that was their first die grinder, right?
If you are now getting into the trade, I will be the first one to sit here and say it. If you're now getting into the trade and you're like, okay, I need to get a die grinder for work. I'm already in the Milwaukee line, or even if you're in the Snap-on line or in the the DeWalt line. I don't know if DeWalt has them.
I think
they do, but I'm not sure.
I don't think there's enough market for it.
I don't think I have a small enough battery for it.
Well, their 12-volt line's pretty tiny with the power stack battery, but either way, if you're in those lines, it doesn't matter. The only time that I can even recommend it is if you're doing fine detail work where you don't have room to have a hose dragging into the thing. Yeah. That's the only time I can recommend it. Because if you have the ability to have an air hose with you, you don't have to worry about battery life. The tool's a hell of a lot fucking smaller. The air tools don't stall like the electric ones do. So you go to Harbor Freight, or when Cornwell's doing the promo on the buy one get one for die grinders, or Mac or whoever, because they all do buy one get ones on die grinders for the quarter horsepower die grinders all the time. Or even, or what is it, Chicago Pneumatic or whoever? They all do them.
Those things are terrible, man. The ones from
not the Harbor Freight. I'm talking about Chicago Pneumatic, not.
The ones you spend a little bit more money on. The metal ones are
the red ones that say CP on them. Those are great.
Everything that says CP is good. You know that.
Well, and I'll probably be the first ever Milwaukee fan to tell you that if you're new into this or you're just a weekend warrior, go with fucking air tools.
No, I'll agree with you 100% on that. No doubt.
Years out of them. I mean, why would you buy something that's $500 when you can get something for $250? You can buy a used titanium from Ingersoll Rand if you want an impact wrench for $200,
I bought a.
$100 on Marketplace, and that's the only impact you'll ever need if you've got air.
Mm-hmm. So it's
Not all
funny.
of us have air.
It's funny you say that. I built my own air compressor out of parts from Harbor Freight and a tank that I bought on Marketplace. It's engine driven, not electric, so I can take it wherever the hell I want. I have all the hoses and stuff. So I found a 3/4 inch Ingersoll Rand, pretty good 3/4 gun at a pawn shop. Bought it for $60.
Mm-hmm.
For what I have in the compressor, the hoses, fittings, regulators, engine, everything, including that 3/4 gun, I couldn't buy the Milwaukee 3/4 gun kit.
Yeah,
I cannot buy it. That's that's the problem. And now I not only do I have a 3/4 gun, I have air hoses, I have a compressor.
Right.
I can now air up tires. I can run a 1/2 inch gun, a 1/4 inch, or air drills, whatever I need to do, because I have air.
You shingle a fucking roof as soon as your hand gets better.
That ain't gonna happen. I don't do roofs.
So we all agree that Milwaukee didn't come out with anything at the end of the day that was insightful. Or I don't know that DeWalt did neither.
No. What Milwaukee came out with is we're re-releasing the 26. What is it? The 1/2 inch impact.
Yeah, we released that beforehand, so that wasn't the Sema. I seen Makita had some pretty cool stuff. I like that little air compressor they had, super quiet. I seen that stuff, and then their little pack out system was like one little. It was a one compact deal. I mean, granted, I'm not going to buy that crap, but I thought it was neat. I actually thought it was interesting to look at. It looked innovative. It wasn't just another normal deal. I don't know enough about it to say anything, price or anything, but I thought it looked pretty decent. So.
You remember when I was up there? I brought the M18 Milwaukee compressor.
Yeah, that air compressor that definitely had me excited. I'm not gonna lie, that was nice too. That was
the 2-gallon one.
Yeah.
Dude,
I've heard good things, but it's like trying to run a 1/2 inch air impact or anything like that. It's worthless.
No.
It's worthless.
Like running the fan clutch pneumatic, you get a hit out of it when it's.
That's what I figured you were gonna say.
I mean. If that's all you need, that's all you need. Sometimes you need a few hits, and you're going to get a few hits unless you sit and wait for it to prime again.
Well, I like the quietness of it. The thing about pumping up a tire. You know what I hate about my electric compressors? I got this JF Eagle. That's the best one I've ever had for electric air compressor now, and it's a 4,000 amp jump pack. It's nice, but it still takes 5 minutes to pump up a tire.
Yeah.
What do you think the time is to pump up it with that one you got now? Does it take a lot less time?
Couple minutes, maybe.
Oh, so half the time, maybe.
Yeah.
I like how quiet it was, though. Honestly, that Milwaukee was super quiet. It was. I mean, you see me. I had a straight. My man boner was all sorts of like excited when you showed that thing. I was like, damn, that thing's quiet.
Yeah.
To be honest, my next shop that I build, we're gonna have a VMAC on site. I'm not even gonna have an air tank. It's just gonna be a straight VMAC setup, plumbed in. You need air. You flip a switch, it kicks on.
Yeah,
it's full 110 CFM or 120 CFM at 100 and something PSI, right from the compressor. Because I'm done with the tank stuff. That's one more thing to rot out.
Yeah. Well, I want to let Fluffy get going because I'm sure he's like, listen, guys, I've had enough of this.
It's been a long night. It's been a long one.
Yeah, if you want to head out of here, everybody, there's 85 people in the chat. Fluffy, the mechanic, type in his name. Listen, I'll let you do an outro. Tell people about, say something, or I don't know what you want to do, but you can give them the.
Yeah, thank y'all for watching, guys. Definitely had a good time on CP's channel. If y'all want to see what I'm about, go ahead, head to the channel. If not, y'all will see me on here again, hopefully.
Yeah, absolutely.
I did have a good time on here. Definitely.
I'm glad you came, man. It was good to have you on here. I like having chats with you. Just
we can go on for hours.
Just not like to spend all night, but it was good to have you on here. And definitely go check them out. Like I said, make sure you let him know that CP sent you, or you saw him on my stream or whatnot. So that way he can get an idea. See how many people come over. Because I always like to let guys know you know, when guys come over to give them a holler, you know, or whatnot. It's just nice. I'm not trying to do a gross thing or nothing like that, but I like to share it, you know, I like to help people out. So I've always done this, and I'm contagious at doing it. I just like helping people out. I don't give a shit. I'm not trying to, and he's got a bigger channel than I do anyway. So, you know, he's
We
almost,
had that conversation. I still feel small.
he's still almost, he's 75,000, just like 78,000 subscribers away from 100,000. So you're 10,000 closer than I am, damn near. So, yeah, but
All right,
yeah,
guys.
dude, you like him. He's always happy, always upbeat. A lot less negativity than me. A lot less mouthy than I am. He's always got something positive to say. So you'll
on
definitely
on camera.
Well, we all bitch, but you're pretty cool on camera, and I like your attitude. So keep it up, keep it going. Don't let it discourage you. Remember to disregard any negativity. He got beat up pretty bad over his compressor video, and people.
Oh, the one with the clutch.
Yeah.
The more you do YouTube, the worse it gets, Fluffy. I'm just telling you.
I know. Oh, but that video gave me so much subs. Like I said, it was crazy.
Just terrible.
Yeah.
So yeah, like I said, that's Fluffy for you guys. Good dude. So.
All right, CP. Thank y'all. Sergio, Knox,
Yeah,
Quick Wrench, Cummins. Thank y'all.
Yep.
We'll see y'all next time.
Yeah, so Sema was a pretty big disappointment in all retrospect, in my opinion, again. Which, here's my one point about this whole Milwaukee thing I was asking. And I think DeWalt came out and gave stuff. I think Makita's gave stuff this year. Even Harbor Freight gave stuff this year. Milwaukee has shit the bed this year. What happened to Milwaukee? Did they spend so much money on marketing that they can't come out with R&D?
I think they spent their R&D budget on building that new factory in the U.S.
Maybe they give too many tools to YouTubers.
I'm trying to figure how they're going to attack China or Taiwan.
Well, they're leaving Taiwan at this, or China and Taiwan at this point. They're building that factory in the U.S. now.
Well, that's just for some hand tools.
Yeah, but if they're doing that, they're probably looking at building another factory for the power tools.
I would hope so.
Based on the issues.
Don't they build some stuff here though in power tools right now, like some circular saws or something?
I don't know what they're doing here. Yeah. Most all their power tools, dude, I believe, are made in
not
China.
The Milwaukee.
Yeah, they're either made in China or Taiwan.
Yeah.
They don't have any. I thought Milwaukee had a power tool. They were making something here.
They have one hell of an R&D factory up there in Milwaukee.
Huh.
Where
but
all the prototype and shit like that. But once they get shit nailed down, it's
when they just ship it over and get it popped out.
The good old
here, copy this.
USA manufactured in China.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had one guy that went off on me this week when I told him this is no bullshit. One guy on my Lyle video, he said, "How the hell do you know how Lyle is made in the USA with global components? You're saying it's only that one thing."
Yeah.
You know, I don't think people really understand the strict regulations we have on manufacturing here. If you get one, so let's say you're like, I know one of the electrical kits they have one of the electrical wires or one of the circuits are made overseas, and that declassifies that as being made in the USA.
It's actually it's not even that; it's a percentage of the tool.
No, it's not a percentage. That's wrong. That's actually false.
I did the federal research into it, CP, for my Snap-on guy to prove him wrong that Snap-on tools aren't made in the U.S.
I can tell you this much:
it's like 18% is what it is.
Well, the Lyle fan clutch kit is 100% made here. I've seen it made here. All but the one is machined and sent over from Taiwan. And
most of Lyle stuff is made in the U.S. though.
Yeah, but
which I appreciate.
One end is machined on the rod. They send the steel over to Taiwan and have it made, and then they put the end on it because they don't have the tooling to do it.
Well, I would say, why don't you just get the tooling to do it so that way you can just say that
too much money because it's
not worth it for one part. It's not. Yeah, it's not worth it.
Well, like here's the thing is, they also have a lot of injection molding and stuff made around Iowa. That you know, like they're not just making everything, but a lot of their stamped steel stuff. So with all their Lyle stuff, it's easy to tell everything that's made in Clarinda. It's everything that's basically that flat steel. You know how some of the Lyle tools are, where it's that flat steel, and it's kind of they have the overmolded handles they make in there, all their double molded handles, and then they're all that flat steel. As most of that stuff's made in right there in Clarendon, and then they package everything in Clarendon, even if it comes overseas.
See, the thing I like about Lyle the most is their packaging on top of the quality of the tool.
No, dude,
they don't do the shit packaging. They just do the stick it on that cardboard label.
Yeah.
And shrink wrap that bitch and send it. I love that.
And that plastic clamshell shit that's killing sea turtles.
Yeah, they're not charging us for packaging.
Yeah.
Exactly. And it translates and it's appreciated. And to get into it, you just take a razor knife and you go thunk, right on the bottom and it pops right out.
Yeah, I mean, do you really need fancy packaging for a tool? You're gonna
No. Well, and you know what? That's the thing is, I will say like the blow molded cases for Snap-on are overkill.
Oh yeah.
They've definitely stepped up the packaging, and now the foam trays, are they actually cheaper than some of the stuff you were getting before? I'm wondering about that, because you guys know how much on foam is to get done.
That foam's expensive, dude.
Right.
Yeah.
So I don't know. There's a company here in northern San Diego County in Escondido that they make. It's called Protex Foam, and they'll make whatever you want, foam inserts for your tool trays and stuff, or for your boxes. But he said they probably started about like, for the smallest one, maybe like $30-$40.
They're extremely expensive.
Yeah, but I mean, granted, that is custom though. So it's like you tell them what you want to put in there, and you know.
You also got to remember that's one off too on top of that. So
I mean, but
when you get large runs, But here's the thing: the way these companies are doing it, what they're doing is it's all stamped dies. They figure out where everything's going to go in these foam sets.
Right.
They get the main layer that's going to get cut out. They just cut it on a big die.
Yeah.
Pop the other section out. And then what they do is they glue it right in the bottom layer in the factory, and then it's done.
They water jet cut stuff at laser and water jet cut stuff at Lyle, and then heat treat it. A lot like Tekton does, but they don't make ranges.
I think Tekton stuff's overpriced now.
They've definitely gotten a little steep.
Yeah, because they're 3/8 sockets that used to be like, I don't know,
150 bucks.
Dude, their quarter-inch socket set
I paid like $60 for it.
Their quarter-inch socket set used to be $30 for the one that you could like carry along, like the SK and and now it's $60.
Yeah,
for a set you can buy on Amazon. It's the same size you can buy on Amazon for literally $30-$40.
They're overpriced. Tekton was good value when it came out.
Yeah. Well,
and now you're sitting here like, oh, I gotta go buy the Capri now because the Capri's the better price.
Well,
same tool.
Some cases it is. I don't know about their new Tekton. I'd like to get some of the Tekton sockets. Once again, when I start ordering sockets, I just literally my skin crawls. It's like I don't need any more sockets, but I want to look at them. And that's
you don't need any more ratchets, but that hasn't stopped you either.
Well, that's because I want. I'm curious.
It doesn't stop any of us.
Well, it's curious. Curiosity is what gets me. That's what you guys don't understand. I see, like, there's a couple ratchets I want to order just so I can tear them apart. To see what the manufacturer is that's making them. Like, I know Durlast and freaking what's a ratchet that I was just looking at that was the same? Milwaukee. I was looking at the Durlast in Milwaukee. They look identical.
The ratchet?
Identical. 92. If you look at the Diet 92 Durlast and the new Milwaukee ratchets, they are definitely being made in the same factory. I'm positive of it.
Same as the gear wrench ratchets, man.
And EP Auto is making the same ratchet for Icon.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean,
that's the problem. I mean, these companies are all just rebranders at this point, and
rest assured, Ryobi tools are trash. Facts, not opinion. Chaka Gillis, I love you, brother. You are freaking awesome.
Ryobi's good for about 2 hours, and it's junk.
What's that?
It's a Ryobi's good for a couple hours, and then it's
Ryobi's a home gamer. Ryobi's a home gamer tool anyway.
I will say the only thing that was impressive. I'm curious to see what Chaka says about this TorqueFest channel. That Ryobi leaf blower, which I got a steel gas blower, and I'm not getting rid of that. I love that thing.
I don't blame
but
you.
The problem is I don't want a steel gas blower when I want to blow out the shop real quick. I want to buy an electric one. So I'm looking at a couple of them. I actually looked at a chemo. Remember, Knox, you remember when the chemo guys were coming around?
Yeah.
Back, but they're so dirt cheap on Amazon. They're like $120 for a chemo with a charger back. And that's all I wanted for, just blowing shit off the toolbox and, stuff like that. Like, why would I?
I use a Black & Decker one.
Huh?
I use a Black & Decker one.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I want, the cheap one.
Well, Milwaukee came out with one that's 12 volt, little 12
I did
volt
see
one.
that they have a 12 volt one now.
I bought that when it came out. It was $80. Yeah.
Yeah, I have one of those. I just bought it. They're like
Is it any
$150
good?
now.
Yeah, it's great. I love it. It's great for blowing the shop out.
For what I use it for, I think they're great. Like I use it for blowing up burners and like cabinets and stuff. It's easier than jugging around a bottle of nitrogen. It's
light as shit.
Yeah.
You can run. I literally leave a 4 amp hour in it, and I change it maybe once, if not every 2-3 months.
Yeah.
The thing doesn't burn much battery. The low setting's kind of worthless. I just leave it on high.
I just leave it on high. Yeah, I forgot it even had settings after a while.
It literally has a little slide. It's not even brushless. It's brushed, and it's worth every bit of. If you got Milwaukee batteries, just buy that one.
Yeah.
How much is it?
It's like $80.
I literally just bought one the other day because.
Did it go up?
Yeah, it's like 120. I have a picture of the receipt so that way in case I need to warranty it.
One looked like it was like it was one of the best ones I could find. It had like 400.
Oh shit! No, it's $159.
It's $90 on RamseyHardware.com, and it's $100 on Ohio Power Tool.
Yeah, but
it's $100 on HomeDepot.com. No battery.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
The M18 compact blower?
No, the M12 is the one I'm talking about.
I thought you were talking. I have the M18 one. I'm sorry.
I have the 18. I have the 12, and I've got the large M18 one as well.
Really?
I like the M18. I really like the M12 one.
I didn't even know they made an M12 one.
Yeah, it's great.
That one up.
Yeah, it's fairly new.
Yeah, the M12. That's why I was saying it's like $80 when it came out, and now it's $100.
How many CFM does that say it's blowing?
I don't. Oh, that one. Oh, okay, yeah, the one with the long snout and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, it's great. I use it for like if you do a car wash, you can blow your car off with it when you're done.
Yeah, that's what I use that M18 one for. Yeah.
It's literally perfect for it.
I just want one that I can grab instead of firing up the gas one, so I don't smoke up my shop, and I can blow some leaves out. And
those are great for that, dude.
Well, CP, the one that he's talking about, the Milwaukee M18 one, DeWalt makes one identical to that, which is they're all made in the same factory. It's just the battery it takes.
For what I was looking for, I just was wanting something that had decent power, and that's why I found that chemo for $120. I think it was. Actually, I had a coupon on it, and I think I can get it for $115 with a battery, 4 amp hour battery.
I just found the DeWalt 20 volt job site blower, the compact, for $135 on Amazon.
It's not bad.
That's not terrible. I mean, it's cheaper to get the Milwaukee.
And I think Home Depot is running like their special, like, if you buy this, you get these tools free or whatever. It's like I think if you buy the 2 5 amp hour batteries and a charger for $199, you can get one of the free tools.
You can probably get that blower free.
Yeah.
A buddy of mine just told me that he did that, but he ended up getting the grinder for free.
Oh yeah, or that.
Yeah, the grinder's awesome. I do like the DeWalt grinder's awesome. I have that and I love it.
I'll be the first one to sit here and say, cordless grinders, it's where it's at.
No, that's
where it's at.
I have one of those now. I can't. I'm in love with it. I'm like, dude, I can't even use my corded one.
When I was working for the trash company, we had to change winch cables on roll-off trucks. We had to cut the cable and then weld the the new cable on and pull it through.
Right.
All the rollers and shit. I'm the only one who bought the Milwaukee M18 8-inch cutoff grinder that's electric, or the cordless one. And I would just go up, cut the whole cable off, but I didn't have the paddle one. I bought the one with the switch, the slide lock switch.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I would never buy it without the slide lock switch, ever. Only with the slot. Yeah, I'm not a paddle switch guy, and I never have been.
No.
And to be honest, going with the bigger one, everybody's like, "Man, where'd you get that one? Where'd you get that one?" Because they're all buying the little 6-incher. That 8-incher is a lot more powerful than the 6-incher.
I think I have the 6-inch one, but I have an older one though.
Mine's 3 years old, but dude, that thing's got some torque. Yeah, it's got some torque.
Because I bought mine. Well, I bought it used, so it was already kind of old when I got it. So it still works. I haven't used it in a while though. I haven't had to grind off any bearings or anything lately. Usually all I use it for, and wire wheel, but that's about it.
Well, gentlemen, it is midnight my time, and I'm going to turn into a pumpkin. So I am ready to wind it down. We've had a great chat tonight. I hope you guys don't mind.
You're good, man.
Been good.
Yeah, I think it was. I appreciate you guys really. I can't thank you guys enough. Fluffy, Turbo Tai. Do we have anybody else that came and left that we didn't see? Those two are the only guys that left.
Yeah,
I believe so.
And then Knox, definitely good to see you again, brother. Don't get to see you enough. Need to get you back into the tool video game.
I got one edited, but I edited it down to 52 minutes. So
holy crap!
I do not know that.
I'll watch it. I used to love his videos. Trev, what's up? Knox made some killer stuff. Can't beat it. Hey, look, Knox. You guys don't know who Knox. He's been on my gun safe.
There you go.
Don't send him any panties because they never fit.
I just went to Home Depot site, CP. They're doing. He's right. They're doing the large leaf blower from DeWalt. It's free if you buy 2 batteries and a charger.
Okay, I might have to look into that.
$200 for the 2 batteries and a charger, 5 amp.
Well, and if you've got Mac cordless shit, all them DeWalt batteries.
Well, exactly. But it never hurts to have 2 extra batteries.
Yeah, no.
I might have to buy that and the chemo, and then see which one I like, and then.
No, this is the big. This is the big blower, not the little one.
I want the big one. That's what I want. Something that blows the shit quick, so I'm not sitting there blowing on it. And not only that, I want it so that way if I go out to work on something, like this fall, so I can blow off a car. That's what pisses me off. I realized, and I took my gas one with me, and one guy got pissed. He was like, "Why are you making all that noise?" You know, I'm like, "What do you want me to do here?" I was like, "You got leaves everywhere." I'm not gonna.
No one's ever happy.
I gotta blow out this fucking rat's nest.
Yeah, it was bad. But if I go do like a run on something, pick up a car out of it, I just want to take a cordless one with me. You know, I don't know. Maybe I'm being too. I should just stick with the gas one. But it's not. I like the gas one when I'm doing yard work around here because I run it for longer than a cordless one will stay running. Yeah. You know, but
yeah, nonetheless.
Anyways, I'll let you guys do a sign off or talk. You know, say goodbye if you want. You know, send her off. Whoever wants to. Thank you guys for coming on, Sergio. Super awesome to have you on here for.
Yeah, man. I this was fun. It's a nice change of pace.
It was good. I like having good conversations, man. And this was, you know, a lot of cool stuff. You guys, and you brought a really good element. Like I really like hearing from somebody else in the trade. I can't explain that enough. You definitely opened my eyes up to a couple of things, and I like having that. You know, it's just good to have somebody that has a different perspective.
For having an HVAC guy in here, it's pretty freaking hot. Just saying. Yeah.
That's why it's heating, ventilation, and air conditioning.
Right. Well, we do HVAC and car stuff too. I mean, it's just not quite on the scale. And like he said, we use aluminum stuff, and he was using copper, and I didn't realize they were switching over to that. I mean,
yeah, it's been happening for the last few years.
They're going back to copper now.
There's a lot of crossover in HVAC and car air conditioning too.
Well, it all works on the same principle, but yeah.
Heat exchange.
Yeah, vapor compression, all that. Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. So
just sized up for application purposes.
Pretty.
Yeah, if you have an ASE and HVAC for automotive, you could.
Do they really?
Job in HVAC residential. Pretty fucking easy. It's not the same as electrical. You know, the electrical shit for residential and commercial is way different than electrical and cars.
Yeah, because you guys are only dealing with like.
Yeah, you're dealing with 480 or.
Yeah. Sometimes I think the highest voltage thing I've seen.
120 volts. I loved it.
I've been shocked so many times with 120 volts. I don't even feel it anymore.
to me, I can literally lick my fingers and touch 120 volts and not feel it at this point.
Yeah.
But I worked on 480 stuff for gensets for aircraft, for APUs and ground support stuff. That's the stuff where you grab it, they got to hit you with a board to get you off of it.
You'll feel it. But I think the highest I've seen is it's like 4,000 something volts. It's some chillers in downtown San Diego. Some really old Carrier chillers. There's they're like, what is it, 46.8? It's like 4,200 something volts. I forget the exact voltage, but yeah.
They do big water coolers up here for corn dryers and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, those guys work on some crazy shit. I know around here. They're what do they call? You call it a chiller. I think that's what they use for chilling.
Yeah, it just makes cold water basically.
Yeah, it's a big, huge apparatus they use in the grain bins up here. Ethanol plant. At the ethanol plants, they have to cool down the corn. They do it. So there's he works on them, and he loves it. Like I told you, man, HVAC man, they have the finest women. They drive the best cars, and this dude's no short of it. He loves it. Makes good money. You know,
the chiller guys are like the diesel mechanics of our world because they work on bigger stuff a lot of times.
That's all we work on is big stuff.
Right. So that's like, yeah.
No. I mean, so that begs the question, though. What's your favorite brand of equipment to
Depends
work
on the day. Depends on what's pissing me off that day.
Fair enough.
Because they all have their shitty little quirks, and I really like working on levers because I think they're easy to work on, but a lot of guys don't like the stupid little design choices Lever makes in their equipment. So
yeah, because I've heard the same thing out of people who love Lennox units and Carrier, and
they're all about the same. I mean, realistically, at the end of the day,
they all do the same shit.
Magic boxes that you see in hotels and old folks' homes and shit like that do the heating and AC all in one.
Oh, a heat pump,
mini splits.
Yeah, the minis.
When they want to work, they're great, but trying to troubleshoot anything on them is kind of a pain in the ass because there's not a whole lot of literature out there, so you have to call tech support and they have to walk you through it.
Yeah,
and I think the only decent brand for mini splits, Mitsubishi.
They're all not bad. I like LG, but that's just because I'm certified for LG or whatever. But that's just me.
I mean, I like Cummins, but I'm certified on Cummins too. So.
Yeah. Hey, I got a Cummins. I got one in my truck.
I like L. Summers because I still have a fucking 1946 that runs.
A what? L. Summers?
L. Summers.
Tractor.
Oh.
Big orange tractor.
Yeah. 1946. The fucker still runs.
Jesus.
Yeah, but that's because they made things back then that actually lasted.
No.
In an American plant. It's not a fucking Komatsu or whatever the fuck the shit is now.
Well, that's I had a call last night for it was at least 30 years old, fridge at one of the hospitals, and I don't think that thing's ever been worked on. I think it probably has the original refrigerant in it, and it's all uses R12. And I'm like, dude, I don't even want to put my gauges on this because I can't get R12.
I have two full bottles at my house. R12 right now.
See, because you guys are the only ones who use that. See, us, if we have work on anything that still has R12, we'll just put a drop in it and call it a day.
Yeah.
I might still have some R12 somewhere in my fucking
place.
I've got two full bottles of R12 at my house.
I sell it to guys with old cars that have to have. There's guys that do this.
Cadillacs. The Cadillacs.
I got a guy that's got a Buick that he has to have. So for authentic, true original car shows, they want everything, including R12.
How are they going to know?
They test it.
They would have to send that off to a lab.
I don't know.
They got it. They
they've got gas. They have gas analyzers that you can literally stick on it. And
really?
I don't know what they do, but he literally pays a pile of money. I have 24 cans of R12, and I've had to fill up his car. And he paid me $375 for a can and a half of R12.
Jeez.
What are you talking about? You talking the little can CP, or are you talking about the big?
I have the one. That's the only way I have it. I don't have it in kegs. I have it in cans.
I have two 30-pound kegs.
Oh, yeah, I got a couple kegs too.
That's almost retirement right there.
Yeah. I know.
Yeah,
I know.
They're worth like $800 a keg.
Whenever I go to an auctions and they have R12 there, they just say we have old refrigerant because they're not allowed to sell R12.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what we do a lot of times is we just go to, like, if we know somebody who has a hookup in Mexico, we just go to Mexico and get it. Because they don't have,
if you're close enough, right?
Well, we're in San Diego. It's a fucking 20-minute drive.
20
20 minutes, dude. 20, 30 minutes, I'm there. Yeah. Well, coming back takes longer, but going
sir,
there.
Sir, how many illegals do you have in the bed of your truck? What?
Well, the last one of the first companies I worked for a few years ago, we had a guy that lived in Mexico, and he would cross every day, and he would get R22 from there for a lot cheaper than we were paying down here. But since they never searched his truck because he had Sentry and it was a work truck, they just assumed it was hit. You know, it's just work stuff. So there you go. But R12, I've only seen it once, and that's because somebody had a big old torpedo of it in a cage somewhere.
You do live in California, so I mean, to see R12 there, that's probably almost a federal offense, isn't it?
Well, not even. It's just a lot
a
of
walking
stuff.
felony, is what it is.
It's just like a lot of stuff that was using it.
California, man.
Well, it's just a lot of stuff that was using it's already been replaced. So
yeah. Oh yeah. You guys were already on. Well, the 1, 2, 3, 4 YF. Didn't you guys already have that before we did?
They had that for years.
That's the only thing that really uses.
Well, that's R44. That's R44 for you, by the way.
Well, the only thing that uses that I can think of in our industry is like some newer chillers that I've heard York makes, but I've never seen them because I don't work on chillers. But I know I have a buddy that works over there, and he says, yeah, they came out with some that use that, but.
It's the stupidest refrigerant.
Well, you guys been doing nitrogen. This is how I learned how to. This is what I literally use my buddy. My buddy I was like, dude, when the 1, 2, 3, 4 YF came out, I go, dude, this is so stupid expensive. I can't even afford to put it in the car to see if there's leaks like I did on 134. And he goes, why don't you nitrogen test it?
That's how we do it.
Exactly. And I was like, duh. I was like, why didn't I think of that? And he goes, because you're not an HVAC tech, idiot.
Yeah, that's the funny thing. Like when I watch some of these videos, like of car guys,
it's funny you say that because we do that in the heavy duty truck world because our shit takes almost double or triple what CP.
19 pounds for a bus, yeah.
Yeah,
it's crazy. So we just the 100 whatever big cylinder nitrogen. Open that bitch up, put her on a regulator, hook her up to the high side.
That's what
let her go.
Yeah. They didn't have any nitrogen testing equipment until this last year. Master Cool finally came up with a setup. I basically jerked mine together and put it together to make a.
Dude, all you need is a manifold. And
manifold gauges, and then you get the adapter,
the nitrogen regulator, and then your carport adapters, and that's it.
That's what I did. I had to make myself. Now you can buy the whole thing complete, though. The thing is that you don't need that other gauge. You know what I mean? Like I didn't want to have I wanted a standalone gauge for that specifically instead of just using both. I don't use all the hoses on the manifold gauge usually on some.
My snap-on manifold gauges came with everything minus the regulator for the nitrogen bottle.
I kind of want a snap-on manifold gauge now.
They're nice. They are nice.
But I mean, how much do they cost?
Well,
$500-$600.
That's about how much my digital gauges cost.
But the nice thing about the snap-on ones is they're the oil filled and they're nice, man.
I just want snap-on ones just to say I have snap-on gauges.
But here's the thing: I bought them because I was doing a ton of nitrogen testing all the time. So it's like, I'm doing nitrogen testing anyway. Let me buy these. I hang them up, hook the thing up to the nitrogen bottle, crack the high side valve. Off I go, and I just go find where it's leaking and pissing.
That's one thing I wish that the automotive industry would adopt from the heavy industry.
$200
is the fucking service port where you can block off the rest of the HVAC from the compressor.
No, we do it right through the compressor, dude, all the time.
Yeah, but you guys have service valves where you can close off all your refrigerant. You just drain the compressor, take the compressor out, throw it back in, fill the compressor up, and then you're gone.
No.
That's how the buses are.
No, they're not. I worked on school buses for 2 years. No, they're not.
Yeah, I don't. Even in our industry, we don't really use isolation valves unless it's like an older system or somebody actually purposefully put them in for a reason.
The only time you'll see isolation valves on a school bus is if it has a rear air conditioning system in the back we separate that system from the front HVAC system.
Well, hey, sure makes isolation valves because I buy them, and that's what I put on the rear when I delete all the rear airs on Suburbans and Tahoes now.
Yeah.
Oh,
no,
so wait, the buses have like 2 evaporators?
No, yeah, what
we're talking about is, so school buses, you'll have a front one for the driver.
CP's talking about, we live in the Midwest, and all the GM vehicles, not just GM, Chryslers also, the rear air system, all lines run under the car. Get hits with a bunch of shit, which I really don't think affects it, because where I see leaks, they're common leaks. They're always in the same spot. But it's very expensive to repair the rear AC unit. These cars have a front AC unit and a rear AC unit.
Does it only have one compressor though?
Yeah, one compressor, 2 evaporators.
Oh, that's like a refrigeration
eliminating
system.
the rear unit. Get rid of that shit, and you only have front air only.
Yeah, usually by the time Tahoes and Suburbans make it to that time in their life, nobody's going to fix the rear anything on them.
Probably because there's too much rot there anyway.
Oh yeah, dude, I had one that had the guy.
The line usually takes a right around, right around the fucking right rear door.
Yeah. Oh yeah, always in the middle of the vehicle.
Right there, right before it goes over. I don't know why right there. But
collects dirt and shit there is what I think. But they're terrible. I know one thing is they don't make me great money, but they're quick and easy fixes because I just take that sure block off, put it in over there, cut that line, put that block off in, and game over.
Yep.
Well, there you go. I mean, if it's what the customer wants, right?
Yeah. Well, they usually don't care, but I mean, what are you gonna do? You know.
I mean, as long as my big thing is as long as the front air works. I mean, you're still cooling the vehicle.
YF. You quote them if it's 1, 2, 3, 4 YF.
Yeah.
If you quote them the price.
Yeah.
The thousands. They're like, I don't care. My kids can fucking sweat.
Yeah.
Is that really how bad it is?
They're sitting in the front fucking seat. They don't give a shit about the back seat.
No, they don't. They really don't.
I mean,
I don't give a shit
I'm not
about
gonna lie to you.
The funny thing is they're talking about bringing it into the heavy truck world, and we've pretty much told them to fuck off with that bullshit.
With the 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah. The big word from us was, yeah, no, not gonna happen.
They say it's slightly flammable. You ever play with it, CP?
Yeah, we burn it off every once in a while just for fun.
It's a little bit more than
it's just like what Turtle Poop said. It's odorless propane.
Well, that's like we use R290, which is propane.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, here's the thing is I've watched guys on YouTube already, Quick Wrench, and I'm not even joking. And I don't know if you guys have seen this. I'm sure Sergio, if you'd have seen it, you'd have definitely been like, this guy is absolutely out of his mind. I see guys in there when they're doing 134 YF and they're doing electrical testing or burning wires, and I'm like, dude, if that car has a leak, you're gonna have a bad day. If you're in there soldering wires and open flame with 1, 2, 3, 4 YF, like you're going to the hospital.
That's the argument people make with using propane in refrigerators.
They say it's only so slightly flammable. That's why I asked, have you ever played 1, 2, 3, 4 YF before? Because I think it's a little bit more than slightly flammable.
I think it is too, because it definitely goes up.
We're mechanics. We're assholes. We're stupid, and we test shit. Like,
whoa!
Cleaner with a lighter.
We are not just stupid. We are monkeys that are trained with wrenches. There is a difference. We are trained monkeys.
I want to see what the shit really does. So I test.
It's like getting freaking non-chlorinated brake clean. Who's gonna stop me from taking a lighter and making sure that shit's flammable?
Well, that's what I'm saying. The 1, 2, 3, 4 YF is just like that.
But yeah, don't put a warning possibly flammable label and not expect a mechanic to test that shit.
Well, I mean, everything's flammable if you get it hot enough, right?
Not chlorinated brake clean anymore, apparently.
No, that shit is not. That shit's worthless. I literally.
Dude, red can CRC is the worst fucking brake cleaner on the market.
Terrible. I thought it was green.
No, the green's the non-chlorinated, which actually works.
I can tell you this much: the non-chlorinated stuff, I could use that stuff. I could literally couldn't wash my plate with it after I ate soup off of it.
Yeah.
But the non-chlorinated works. The chlorinated don't.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, the chlorinated is the red can.
Whatever. The one that
it's worthless.
The one that's flammable is the good shit. Oh.
Yeah. Well, anything that's flammable is usually good shit.
That's the stuff I want. I want the stuff that causes cancer. That's what I want.
Yeah, if it doesn't have a Prop 65 warning on it, I don't want it.
65, you want it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but here's the problem though. I could ship you a ream of paper and it'll get you a Prop 65 warning.
That's like all of our air filters. They come with a thing of stickers. We're supposed to put them on the filters. We never do.
The Prop 65 for air filters.
Oh
You're fucking shitting me.
No.
You're fucking shitting me.
Nope.
Prop 65.
This air filter will cause cancer.
It's because I think it's like the glue they use or something.
No, it has nothing to do with that. It's just literally a cover our ass type situation.
Probably, but yeah, our air filters we use, every box comes with like 12 stickers or however many are in the box, and we're supposed to put them on each thing, but nobody ever does it.
Yeah, I mean,
I hate to do this to you but I gotta get up early in the morning, so
it's what?
It's
12:20 now.
You got a 4-hour stream, CP. So
no, I got 6 hours if I go to bed right now.
All right,
so maybe 7.
Rest,
so get up at 8.
Nice to see you, Knox. Nice to see you.
Guys, check out Quick Ranch, Sergio. Do you have stuff on your channel, Sergio?
I do. I got to put more on there. I got a bunch of shorts and a couple
videos.
What?
So people go over there and subscribe on you, man. It is what it is.
Yeah, that'd be great. I'm working on more. I've been lazy about it. Like I have a bunch that I should probably edit and release, but I just keep forgetting to do it.
You know what? Maybe if you when you get to it and you got a family and stuff and you're working, I get it. I mean, whenever you get to it and do it. But if people want to go over and subscribe, they'll be ready for you now. So Cummins is on Instagram. Cummins Tech, right?
All the time.
All the time.
Not like I got anything else going on.
Quick Ranch is on YouTube now. He's fired in. Hard Knocks is going to be making out a 52-minute video, so you guys don't want to miss that premiere. Sit down and grab your popcorn.
2 minutes.
He's going to do a full-length video.
It's a 2-minute video.
I will too. I'm not scared.
I usually have them playing in the background.
Yeah. So, anyways, I'm going to end this live broadcast. So, thank you guys. Everybody come in, check out those guys. Appreciate everybody that was on the stream tonight. Appreciate everybody that was in the chat. You guys were awesome asking questions. I know I didn't get to a lot of you, and I hate leaving you out. You know, I try to answer questions. You know how it is, man. I hate to apologize. Appreciate all of my members that were in the chat. Matt Gleason, thank you guys. Yeah, thank you, Matt. I hate listening to you guys in the chat, so don't let me feel like I left you out. If I did, send me an email, and we'll get to the complaint department. Take care.
I hit 14 months this year.
You hit what?
I'm at 14 months.
Oh no shit. Oh yeah, you're a top member. Yeah, you're a long time member. One of the first members.
I was literally like the third one, I think.
Yep. Well, you're now the number one because the other two left.
What?
So, yeah, I got rid of them. I kind of got rid of them. They're now Penny Club members.
Jesus.
So,
I gotta be close to 14 months.
Yeah, you're right there too. I think too. Quick Ranch, you were right there too.
I get in trouble for it. That's something I want to talk to you about.
Okay. All right, guys. Well,
CP.
All right, buddy. Well, we're gonna end the live cast, and we'll talk to you guys next week. Thank everybody. Have a good night. Remember, like, comment, share, subscribe, ring that bell. Keep your hands dirty and your money clean. Thanks for watching.
And don't break them.
Yeah, don't break them.